Oh god. Okay. That's not bad, okay. Okay. Time to continue. Time to continue. Yeah, okay, alright. Mic's set up properly now. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna try using this pop filter. For once. It's annoying because I always feel like I'm not talking straight into the mic. Like straight at the mic. But guess I gotta trust myself. Time to continue. Okay. Man. Welcome back, Sato. You're proper welcome back this time, huh? 6 months, some 6 months on it. As long as things stay so familiar. Anyway, my return. I want everything to be as you left it. It's been some 6 months. It's true. So you felt alright, Caesar. What happened, huh? Yeah, present Phil. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why he went back to Japan. There was a telegram we received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason. I thought she told you already. From a letter. What? That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. That was all a trick. All those in fine health. All those very relieved about that. Well, I'm glad to have you back. It's quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. Oh? Oh, she came back for that reason. Alright. The rest of us on all that matters is that I'm here now. Well, I have fulfilled the faith of my promise to you, Iris. So everything that happened while you were back in Japan. There's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you know who. When I first arrived back in Japan, I thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. Right. Pressed my hand then, didn't you, Susie? Well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Amazing. I've seen it, don't you? Oh. Yes, I suppose so. I'll play it being a lawyer now. Wear a false mustache, maybe. I don't think any mustache can hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. Something else I've been wanting to ask you is about the real reason why it was made the film about sending you back to Japan. You said you remember it was something to do with that convict's loot you found in Miss Natsume's lodgings. That's right, the very large dog collar we found with the B emblem on it. Seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. Oh, I see. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. So I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. My throat is more more than usual. Well, Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium too. He said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries of the world would attend. From Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. Oh, I see. Nice. Something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor McDougall is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, of course. Who was the other person you mentioned? The judge, you said, did you say? Yes, His Excellency Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You met him recently. As here in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have gotten him. A terrible trial of yours when you accuse of murder, huh? Yes. Try to think of that as a positive at any point in my life these days. Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial. Nice. I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Well, anyway. As father was invited to the symposium, it occurred to me to return to Britain too. I won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to me going on ahead. Symposium seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. To understand it, Lord Strongheart organised the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General. A senior position in the British justice system. So he uses power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what follows anyway. Apparently, it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Was going to give me a long speech all about this very subject yesterday, but I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it. I'll try for you, huh? Sure thing is, no, it seems it's a name we should all forget. Oh, right. Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. It turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. Someone's outside? Mind him. Okay. That Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. Excuse me? Oh, huh? Who on earth was she then? Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to have been able to ascertain about her. Huh. I see. What does this mean then? What? Okay. No one knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. It makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student, you know? What could the woman have been up to? I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she has some business in our country that we don't understand. Now she's been killed. All the questions that are surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. A Shin, huh? I must have heard that name somewhere. I wonder who. My friend Ray's trial. The reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. The truth. Student's fate. Mary Japan doesn't think anything about it. They don't know about the guy who made it in England. He died on the same ship. He'll never. Right. Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama. Voyage to Great Britain. The body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there. And his body never arrived? Just disappeared. What? Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. You're kidding, huh? Except Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did Professor Mitoba know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. What's happening and why? Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on this Boyo are definitely strange. After he died, never saw his body again, did we? Yeah. Could it be? Yes, she's still alive. Stop. No way. No way this could happen now. No way. After all of that, we never got to check. To be fair, and I don't know about if anyone, checked their pulse, but I swear, if that happens now, I'm gonna laugh. Right, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cassie ran back home somehow the hole. What caused him someone was discovered Mr. Jones was that, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body very clearly. You see, yeah. So if Kazuma had actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. So the reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. I suppose it's true, yes. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere must fill me with hope, but I can't let it. Because if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of the alpha pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Sleep through the A stream time now. Oh no. Don't worry, there's always the VODs in me. Oh yeah, we now I know what A Shin is. It's Giselle Brett's actual name. It's interesting. Don't worry about anything else. You're gonna be sure to talk again. this movie, hasn't it? Space shovel, of course. Something inside too. That's beautifully covered in papers as always. All these papers build on the desk. Like this, a reminder of my wonderfully diverse daily life. Truly to this day, so I never get how lucky I had to have such varied experiences. Okay, so you definitely have a thorough tidy. To see your papers building up all over again, feel that joy renewed. Only has one life again. I regret that it's not something we do together. It's something we do together, don't we? Don't know if I like. Be happy with that. So it'll be ready for you whenever you're turned. They will expect dust on it anyway. Cleaning my absence, but whatever next. It does. I'll say exactly as it was too. So it should be after all. Through here should be exactly as you left it. Still never been inside. Never been invited. That's not. Only Iris is allowed in my room. I used to draw whenever I looked at those juicy prawns, but not anymore. Like part of the family, no? So yeah, here we go now. A really long story based on some of my father's own notes. About one of Hurley's greatest exploits, called it the Hound of the Baskervilles. These shorts were ready from publishing it. But I managed somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. For some reason. Oh yeah! What's this gonna be about? Yes, but I made you promise I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. I'm only sorry we could have had it to keep it for you for so long, Iris. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, "The Hound of the Baskervilles." Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. Father came in and... Look at those papers. Well, what are you mind? Great that you ever saw it and silly don't tell anybody else about this. You understand? Ooh. Alright then. Never guessed. was unpublished. That was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Schwab's exploits. Returned to Japan, I filed to explain. Refused to answer any of my questions. There's no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I have no doubt that my father has very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still, I don't mind to explain myself to both of you. Yes. Oh, I forgot to present my armband. No, oh well. I read you about the case tomorrow. Nice. Probably abreast the situation already. What thing of his poor called should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber, right? The engineer responsible for building the elevator machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Conjurer of sorts. There we go, and arrest them. Yes. You must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we do need to find the man. In this case I can track someone down. It's a job for the police or a great detective. In which times we need to get started straight away, I think. Best of luck then. What can you do? Going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. Let me know later how you get on. Won't you? Alright. So you're gonna get out, but I see. So pleased. I wouldn't be me without an eye, to be honest. Look up close there. Oh. There's one skin closed. I see. Hello, David. I don't think there's anything else. Should wait, actually. What this? I was most surprised you can't examine the ladder. Did you get a stepladder reference? I mean, there is a stepladder reference. Or, wait, are you talking about something else? Oh, you're right. You're in case 5, aren't you? There is a stepladder reference in this game. In this case, even. Yeah, you'll find it soon enough. But I don't know about the case 5 one. I don't remember at all. Back to trial. Alright, good luck in trial. Here I am, back in London when it's underway. That's not as lucky as I thought then. Let's see if we help the Professor had a brain out of this trouble situation. We shall explore it together. Yeah, apparently it's gonna go on for 6 months after all. Of course, we must invite the Professor's good friend Lord Van Zieks as well. Okay, I move. Okay, good. Where are we going? Completely forgot. Oh yeah, finding out who this Mr. Drebber guy was. Okay. Oh my. What's he doing? He's whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations. Where'd you get that chalk? Still learning more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt. So that... Oh, hey, Mr. Hondo. Who is this young lady? Anyways, you said to make a I'm Mr. Naruto's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Well, if only met a refined young woman like you sooner. Careful, lad. She's 17. 16? 17? I don't know. 16 still. I don't know what would have happened. It's not logical, it makes no sense at all. Sorry for my presence here, upsets you. Are you an apology to you, Professor? Didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning. Oh no. The whole thing, the whole miserable affair, all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot. Professor Brain, what have you been working on in your cell? Oh, you mean that? How embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write down what was all I had at hand. Some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? No, actually. This is my autobiography. How are mathematical equations gonna relate to your autobiography? What? How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Harebrain. I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers and an ambitious set of simultaneous equations. I'd have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see. There's gonna be a new series publication for next month. Part 1, an odd birth and odd upbringing. Alright. For now, would you mind if we talked a little more about this case? Of course. I was diddled, I was fiddled, but this by my husband and by that aloof engineer Drebber. I can't believe it has been turned on its head. Research, Mr. Asmund, the kinesis machine, hypothesis even. I was going to this, but there was really no other way. No, it's not your fault. I want to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. Oh, of course I didn't. Of course, this morning I realized something. I've done something wrong, no, without knowing it. You still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you are aware of it or not. You just as Paul's excuse, but I'm still lies with me. Oh my. Believe me, this morning, you know. Barak did. He believed my hypothesis. And someone's here. Hold on. I feel very awkward, but I'm back. I had to take care of my cats. On top of that, because she was bleeding. She was bleeding some more. Note. What about one of my cats? She keeps scratching herself. Scratching her head, on her neck, and front of her face. So I have to take care of the bleeding and all that. It's something. Hi, Frey. I do have kept 7 of them, even. They're all doing well enough. Alright. Seven cat, yes. Usually there's about 4 or 5. The others that like to go on adventures a lot. I don't know where they go. They come back before long. What do you want? Police, not prosecution service, not any lawyers even. Oh. But yeah, Buck's gonna take in the case if it was anyone other than Barrack. I'm sure the prosecution would have declared Mabel as a complete and utter nonsense. Extremely kind-hearted soul. That extremely kind-hearted soul spent one more trying to make yours better, didn't he? Well, admittedly, the party analysis appears to have some flaws in it. Yes. Thanks for the follow. Just saw that. I don't understand why my follow alerts are not working. It's just my follow alerts. I don't know why. And I'm blaming Streamlabs. With paper and written and suddenly woke up and felt all humanity and must be pursued. So enthused, so emphatic. Still asked myself that's cool, it seems. She was essentially a set decoration of some stage magic. It probably didn't require a large amount of investment actually. Some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. All the scientists as well hope about their burgeoning ideas full zeal. But I just have any money. One of the research can afford it. When you were stuck on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. After all that, maybe get taken for a complete fool. It's too wrong to believe. That's why I have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Northrop. Is he an engineer, magician, or a swindler? But here you go, when Asman first brought Trevor to meet me in my laboratory. Since then I met him many times to discuss details about the Kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist? Well, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. A question that demands genuine scientist is instantly apparent in conversation. I see. That is actually smart. The Russian man deceived you. Let's do everything you can to find him and bring him to justice. Well, no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts. I'm sorry, we've only ever discussed Kniez's machine, nothing else. Although I just once did visit his workshop. Enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine. That's kind of useful. Give me, please. Give me info, please. Almost placed my room to his constructed piece of machine, you see him. Well, I can find it. Go there once. There's a good chance that we'll find Dribble at home. Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. So sorry. It's more than half expecting that. You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there. He blindfolded you? Damn, boy, that's okay. The place was incredible. Pretty cool modern engineering. Did you not think of it slightly suspicious? Bro? Okay then. The oil he used was the very best. Special Frank machine oil. That's impossible to obtain in Britain. The indescribable scent of that imported oil. Humans across the world should forget the secret formula and use that instead. What do you think, Miss Sato? You did machine for your next birthday? Next birthday? Is any kind of perfume is in order? I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I suppose I know even part of the workshop's address. You in a Viz car with Mr. Dribble, for example. Mr. Liebig. Yes, I do. He used my car once. It's right here, look. Oh wow. Sick. Get to the window, why don't you? Unlock Dribble, engineer. Fred Stoltz says no address. Damn. Can't say I'm impressed. This could be interesting. Give me what is this then? What's this? Looks much here. It's machine oil. Professor Hebron mentioned something about the oil Mr. Dribble uses today. It is specially imported, very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Only there's more fragrant than the finest perfume, so excuse you for a moment. Doesn't appear to have any scent at all. That's just because there's such a tiny amount on here. What do you think about your friend? What's Andrew, my faithful friend? Where you been? Alright? Everybody's mistreated you out there. Don't worry, he's being very well looked after. Always remove the machine oil until he's gleaming. Right. And when it comes to tying a screw with him, he slips out my hand, I can't do it. It's your problem. Faced by driver files. The world over, isn't it? No. Okay then. Nothing. What have happened? It's the awful so the man losing his life because the tower is greatly damaged too. What happened? Must have been that. What? Wait, in fact, it's already. Yes, I did. Yes, I have. Okay, I guess I'm done here. To this, I suppose. What are you doing, Gina? I had no idea there were so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's already packed here today. Feels as though it's taken 2 hours just to make a way through the crowds to this point. Has it? My brain now, so I didn't really know, to be honest. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes just in the road. I had a feeling. I feel I will show you mugs before long. I should see your hard work as usual. I'm greetings to you. I hope you've been keeping well since the last event. Little ceremony. I saw each other at the court this morning. I use and shine. Gentlewoman is so loyally at your side. Oh. I see. Still popping, I suppose. Probably guessed as we were hoping to investigate some more. Some trainees domain. Oi, hello, Virginia. Seems to be busy playing with puppy. Oh boy. Yeah, she's police officer now? Amazing, isn't it? Yes. She's a good kid, actually. Oh, it's in the right place, anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep. I think she'll follow my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? Being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to Logan. Really? It's been silent, isn't it? I have no idea. I'll maybe post to them. I'll come to see how you're getting along. Haha, not likely. But you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. France. We work in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley. France? Sometimes from country. I would be set for that. It's the way you don't work, it works, Sunshine. And don't go poking your nose where it's not wanted. Okay. I'm intending to take this kid with me when I go. Taking Gina to Paris. Can't leave here in London. Who knows what will become of her? Alright. I don't think he's worried about people running this. I think he's worried about the people. Are you sure? What? I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing. You hear me? Huh? No, of course not. I'll keep that diva safe and sound until all this is over, at least. Oi! Just call me a bloomin' diamond diva again. Say that, did you? Right, well. Any questions about the scene? You can put them to my capable detective diva. Alright. Alright, yeah, the boss. Inspector Lestrade's in charge, you know. Alright. Gina, you got a dog, have you? Aww. 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 Really great. Toby's his name. Oh, delightful. It's absolutely adorable. Both of you are adorable. Okay, Okay, wait, no, I'll talk to you first. We were actually hoping that we could investigate Diego. Yeah, right. If it's around here, you can do what you like. That's right, is it? We're gonna be playing with my new friend here. Whiplash on that. Shit exploded, must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I've actually seen it yet, so if you do it right. Oh. Sorry, can't go up there, Suze. Oh. It's like I told you Otto yesterday, even I ain't allowed near that wreck. what's it called again? The reason why you're supposed to touch it, the special. I thought that was gonna be disbanded or like discontinued. Is that the word for this? I don't know. I thought that act wasn't gonna apply anymore. That's the one. So only them are allowed to investigate it. What do they call him? The forensic something. Okay, is it back? I think it's back. But it's gonna die now. Oh no, wait. No, not yet so far. Okay, never mind. I thought it was gonna die, but no. Maybe not. I don't actually know. We'll see how many drop. We'll see how many frames this drops. Soon. Alright, just give me a break. That seems to be fine. Okay. I heard one of that isn't actually off from all the food. What's going on? Yeah, I'm trying to track down Mr. October. I'll say they've had any luck. He's really funny looking. Our two eyes don't match. A little glimpse of a picture of him, maybe. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or something. Old Devil's got it. Ooh. No, Scowling Reapers was always glugging down glasses. That blood red plonk. No events, sissy. Alright. He's always at it in front of me, that cove. But know what he's always scowling about in mind. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes. Try to be the rapist, but it's strange. The way I see it, the choice between a chip-closing detective and a chalice-golden demigod. Equally badly off with both. Damn. I suppose right. I thought of it like that. Alright, point is, everyone at the guards dead set on finding that fishy engineer. They don't seem to get many clues going. No clues going, so they're stuck. Toby the dog. Where'd you find that little mountain? Do you know? Oh hey, don't be so flaming rude. Slight overreaction, don't you think? And you know what, alright? Toby's how do they put it? Yeah, a bona fide detective. We're giving him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you. I see. So he's a police dog, is he? Police recruit dogs now. I thought they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their state policing. They use of chase criminals and such like. They wonder what's in smell, for instance. I really good since smelling myself, as it happens. I can tell all the garments that have been freshly laundered from all the garments that haven't. Now, why do you need to know this, Naruhodo? That's nothing compared to Naruhodo. Going to what the boss said. Toby is got a good whiff of your drawers. You can chase that scent to the other side of the world. You can swim? That's not the point. Yeah. Just can't believe Zillow has just such an incredible skill. Yeah, like swimming. Like swimming. more. There's only auto. There's gonna be more and more dogs doing the bit for the police in the future. So I agree. Right. One of these days they'll be barking orders at us a lot. Not the other way around. The creative vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby is Britain's first police dog. Oh god, sorry. Found out the stand the other day. Someone just chucking on the street. I see. Just kind of so much to children and to animals. Alright then, I guess I'll show you something first. Hello, controller, thank you. The scorch on the ground mentioned. This was left a green balloon on the envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident. Over his hairbrain, it was suffering that his dreams have been shattered like this. So don't truly burst his bubble, as it were. It's kind of inappropriate, dude. Crystal Tower. Again, seeing it at such close proximity, really nice. You'll be looking forward to great exhibition adventure. Yes, I found out that I had to return to Japan. I'm pretty good. Look. There you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower. Slightly damaged. More, nevertheless, no. Perhaps I was wrong to curse Malik so harshly. What a shame that symbolic landmark of the exhibition has been damaged like that. Fortunately, the birdcage crashed in the most prominent position possible. It's God giving us a warning, if you ask me. A man must travel under his own steam and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis. Imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed in a slightly different location. The death toll could have been far worse. But perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Well, gods are benevolent, obviously. They did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or next time birdcages will rain down on all of you. How do you think I passed the entrance exam for university? Was I studying alone? I see. Oh look, a flying balloon. I've never seen one of that flash before. Can't understand how they can fly. That's so high up as well. Think of the view, Mr. Hardo. You must be able to see for miles and miles. Do think of it, and it terrifies me. I mean, it would be certain to death if you fell out. I'm sure they're perfectly safe. After all, they've been invented by some of the brightest minds in the world. Stuff that we knew at least one has exploded. Yeah, that was deliberate. I'm sure there are other ways to fly. Oh boy. Okay, I can see up to it starts to hurt after all this now. You can get up there and look around properly. Although if I'm honest, climbing all those stairs make my chest hurt. Perhaps you should exercise more. No, before I do that. How about this? How about this, Gina? I'm still learning my letters at the point. At the moment. I don't know A to E. So if I ain't too much blade trouble. Actually, you know, this bag of cards is important. Yeah? I'll come. Just a dirty old smudge in the back, that's all. Turns out this is very high quality French. This is very high quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent apparently. You don't say. So with that. You sure? Don't smell nothing. No. I didn't mean that you should smell it. Alright. Me Toby. It smells so good you can track people over the oceans, kind of. Press high rating informs that this oil is unique to Miss Trevor's workshop. These Peter research. So I mean, follows the sun with this oil. Typically this is at Dajiko's workshop. Right, exactly what he's. See what we're hoping. Right then, there we go. Just water that. Wait, when did you... What's pickpocket always pickpocket? I can lead everyone to that Trevor's workshop. I'll be a boss's boss before next week. Sure I'll be promoted. Poor Gregson. Okay, so you have that now. What do you think of this? No, okay, never mind. You stole it. This. Look at this photograph. It's amazing looking down on everything from up there. Lovely places, mate. Well, let's get looking down at the ground from high up. Always have to look up. Shame. I want to show you what it's like, but I did it, no point now. Oh. All you're gonna do is look up the sky. I ain't gonna be able to look down on you. with you. Sorry. I mean, I don't look down on you or nothing. If you don't want to do it, it's your choice. I think I never got to do it, to be honest. Not my whole life. No, sorry, I just think I might like to. Wait. Okay, I suppose that's that. I will go up now. Oh, I can't. So full of this happening again. I'll stuff your gob full of the boss's fish chips. Suppose need special permission. Right, fine. You need to go to the Lord Chief Justice's office later, but we'll do this first. You haven't been here. I'm sure this is gonna be exciting for you. Oh my, no wonder it's called House of Horrors. Like I turned my heels and just go straight home. Yeah, it's a confectionery. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mr. Shrooms anywhere. That's strange. Should be here investigating the Russian with the waxwork. Well, I suppose we'll just have to come back later. You sure about that? You sure? You really sure about that? What do you think of this stuff? What if I say American that goes to the act? No, in case you're wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer. What? I don't think anybody would be any doubt about that, sure. Did you know that according to the description, the bathtub at the back has no particular significance? Oh, really? I thought it was meant to show that the killer also worked at a bathhouse, petty criminal was. Good theory. Oh yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. What is on the inside of them? Just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? Science says it's the Manitou Spell's special exhibit. Seems you have to pay to extra to inside. No, can you believe that? Pay more money? As if you haven't been scared enough already. It's not my doing, Mr. Naruto. Oh, he's not here. Oh, he's actually not here. Oh well. Oh, the policeman isn't here now, obviously. Still can't believe he just happened to be on the jury, though, huh? Notice that London has a population of 6 million people, and yet you seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you? I suppose. This one's posture reveals his weakness. Sorry. The killer's stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him. We Sato take down, then it's Sato cross squash, and finally Sato smash. Right. If that doesn't really call it unconscious, Sato slam should finish him. Sato slam? How many? No, don't. These have almost slightly no demonstrate. Absolutely not. Ah, there's a step ladder here. There, look. Oh yes, a step ladder. I think I should let the proprietress know that someone's lifted out. Step ladder, I mean. Something wrong. So I just managed to sidestep an argument. Even unlock the top rung. What is that? What the heck is this? Hello? Having run your hands through every debate about ladders and step ladders. Let's go. Okay, back to not the prison, so I don't have anything new. I'll go to the Lord Chief Justice's office. Oh, hello. Who are you? Oh, who's that standing beside what's on that? No wonder. Never seen it before. Young champion record. She had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. I mean, because of Professor Harebrain's experiment. Sham science being demonstrated at London's exhibition. Countries been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrabbling to respond. Lord Van Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. No, this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. Special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time. I see. Until there then, let's talk about. What the heck are you, Miss Dracula? What? It's the same, this looks like the same badge. Although, different color. Yes, thank you. Who was that? That was Dr. Courtney Sith. Courtney Sith. Ah! Yeah, we've seen her before. In this. Yeah. Courtney Sith. So she's the coroner, I see. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact. I see. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you have to ask her directly. Find her in the forensics laboratory. Yeah? Right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. Guess one thing then. I was gonna. Okay, wait, no. Actually, I guess we already established that the Dispensation Act is gonna be gone later. Now, what exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. First created the forensic investigation team a year ago now. Unofficially, of course, paved the way. Let's see. At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. I mean, for too long, these scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. Blood and scum is about to be rounded up and burnt into vials of hell. I intend to see to it personally. Create the finest police force the world has ever known, to protect our honor and our future. Damn. Dr. Sisson is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially established the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba. Ah, yes, mode. Father should be on the highest seas as you speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan. Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month. Are you acquainted, Professor Mikotoba, I mean? Many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. Okay, my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student. It's the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago in fact. Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jikoku accompanied him as a young promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at that time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply politeness or carelessness on your part anyway. Didn't think it were. Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Simon's, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Sis also there, as it happens. And Dr. Sis knows my father, was she? She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt that it passed regularly. But I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mcdougal was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total. Lived with my grandmother during those years. It's a rather turbulent time at home. Perhaps my father wanted a reason to get away. I mean, why? Something we call all the time. Or shouldn't dwell on it now. For now, at least. Van Zieks. I want to ask you about Lord Van Zieks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done the research well. Yes. And you could say that it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. When his brother, Clint Van Zieks, was murdered, it was just after young Barak had graduated from the University of London and became a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barak Van Zieks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. Oh my. So Van Zieks isn't the Reaper, it's the ghost of his brother. Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Nicely. Nice, lots from now. God. It's about Professor Hairbrain's experimental machine. I'd like a permission to examine the remains, possible? Are you well versed in science, then? Not in science. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. While special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. So in a few hours, Dr. S's team, or forensic experts, will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch anything. As long as you touch nothing. Right, your rotates weirdly. Rotates clockwise. True mystery. Quite. Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. Words. I'm extremely sorry to have troubled you when you were so busy. I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand. Alright. Not gonna bother looking at things again. So I can go to forensics laboratory now. First I guess I'll do this. No. Okay, I guess that's for later. We need permission from them. I haven't seen this yet. Ooh. Fancy. Forensics laboratory. Please, this is Dr. Sith's laboratory. Sith's, I don't... Sith, I guess it's Sith's. Sith's. Looks as though the doctor isn't here. We're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, I think. We're season tourists, you pick up. Where's the souls? Bird? Oh, croaked, huh? They haven't twitched since we came in here. Oh no, they wouldn't have. The attacks of Demi mounts. That's where you're going to say that. been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Why? What's wrong with taxidermy? Perhaps you were wise to put something like your Daruma doll on display in the office instead. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something. Or like the pickled umeboshi plums we make back home. I expect they're human organs in a preserving solution. Probably as examples of some rare medical condition. So there are some things in the world that's perfectly fine to never to know about, ever. So as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi, aren't they? Of course. Table instead of shop tools. Like I said, each in isolation looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they look seems horribly disturbing? It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on book work with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You either have to have a cast iron constitution or a really terrible sense of smell. All the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets are some of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. I guess there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there, huh? They actually say salt and pepper on them. Like Ripper spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Oh my. I suppose this is Dr. C's desk. No, I would not like to work in a place like this. It's very tidy though, isn't it? Imagine how efficiently she must work. Lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton washing over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. You just about cope with a one-eyed Daruma doll washing over him, but that's all. Nothing here? Nothing here? Okay then. Look at this, what a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving which is a joy to uphold. Whereas the cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? Anything you say about skeleton inside? You can tell I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case. It's how I cope! Sorry. I should remember that from now on. Okay, what about this? Actually, no, wait. No? Not here? Okay. I want to talk about the operating table here. Nothing up here. Okay, then. Look at the diary. Why don't we? Or this book. Not diary. Piece could be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team spending, I think. It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but one entry seems rather strange. They're buying 500 scalpels every month. Why? Most people can really hard dissecting corpses. I don't know, judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened too. Does seem a bit strange, you're right. Interesting. Is she here now? Oh, yep, she's here. Doing. Hi, miss. We had something we wanted to ask you, but you were here, so... So you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want? Well, Strong told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asman's body, I mean. We came to ask you about your findings. On Lord Stronghand's advice. Very well. Lord Chief Justice has given his consent. I'll tell you what your own investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. Wait, do you have dialogue now? Nope, okay, fine. Wait. to you. Not good enough? Okay, so just threw me, at least show me anything. I don't think I have anything else. Okay, no. Oh wait, actually. No? Okay, fine. Okay. So you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Osmond, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion, and Mr. Asmund, who appeared a moments later partway up the castle tower. Without question, one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. That can't be right. If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. See, if two people who look very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Especially with all the smoke. In this instance, this was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. Fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Oh yeah, fingerprints now, let's go. Not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system, but one day they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. That would mean that the instantaneous case actually took place. So what does that leave us? The team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Alright. Oh well. What the? I see. Mama, what is this? What is this? Where'd she spring from? She just called the doctor, Mama, huh? This is a lawyer, dear. Oh. Hello. To meet. Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. No skin. Hold up. Mama. Can I cut this one up? What? Oh no. I've seen inside of each specimen before. I don't know what it looks like. Of course you can't. It's a light specimen, as you can very well see. Boring. Near-death experience. Oh dear, you're as pale as a corpse. Let's leave before I mistake it for one. What are you doing at the moment, Doctor? Keeping his close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office. And there's such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible. Yes, you. Damn. Okay. Fine. Time to go. Back to... Actually, no, let's go to Sholmes' suite. Is Iris or Sholmes around her? No? I guess we could examine still. I've seen all these. I might have. I think these might be the same bits of dialogue. Sholmes was doubled up on the floor for almost 10 minutes. Good job, Sholmes. The great analytic scope. I don't think it was here enough for Japan, was it? Is that right? Yes, because it was with the pawnbroker. Of course. This gave me a wonderful idea. You could pawn everything that's on your desk. If the office would be tight at last. You can joke about it when you sit there. You are joking, aren't you? Those are papers. I don't think could I be that interested in papers. Mission was famous by when he found being sold for a southern pawnbrokery. What's it called again? Shody something. What else features? World famous Stradivarius. 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 Are you trying? I'll go back to that other time. Okay, wait a minute, straight now. Is on my top of it? Does yes, the abdominal is right. Really good. Mysterious pin. There's a mysterious pince nez, a mysterious little box, mysterious horseshoe, a mysterious biscuit. I think the last one might just be viruses under snacks. This black box is what Irish scribbles down her latest ideas. Let's see. Seems to have drawn a lot of little stick figures all lined up. Look, cheap apples in the market is what all of them say. What? Okay, just be honest, if only you would read this month's Rants magazine. Damn. That's all right, so of course medicines, potions, and chemicals. Look at all the little bottles she squeezed to each shows. There are charming little ribbons tied around the bottles too. It was not quite so charming, aren't they? Well, here reads deadly poison. So excited about the idea of helping us, you know? Start avoiding bottles labeled deadly poison or highly explosive. Please. Well, it's only by carefully taking care of your tea set that you can make good tea. Is that a roundabout way of telling me I need to tidy my desk? If I remember correctly, this large and imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter. I think that every single one of them is just works on this machine. I need to go over there. But the keys got all tangled up somehow, and that made Iris angry. How do you tangle? What? Oh. They just press some keys. How do you tangle from the bars? Never thought about that. Okay, time to leave. Where do I actually go? I guess here first. No. Oh, Madame Two Spells. She might be here now. No. Never mind. What do I guess here? Where do I go? Nope. Oh, please, come on. Oh. Okay. Yeah. We're actually hoping that we can investigate scene again. Oh, I need to talk to her first. What? You're playing with me right here. Skills, I presume. Actually, we've recently been to see. We've just recently. God, we just recently been to see Lord Slughnut. You what? Met him. My second boss was called to go and see him. He waited for 30 hours to close his office and came back sniveling. Yeah. Someone has given us permission to examine the scene here, so as long as we don't touch anything. Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. If it turns out you're lying, maybe the boss gets it and never eat another chip again in his life. So, still saying all this is above board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine. Alright then, that was the stairs. Off you go. Okay. Right now, leave to me. Oh, right. Get going after that dog cage near Cove. The rest this minute. Right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty all the time. We can't help when you go on with our investigation as well, Gina. Oh, right. Oh, well, never mind. Ain't gonna be me. Or gets it in the neck. It'll be the boss. Oh, right, Toby? Got that all in, have you? Come on then, boy. Come on then, boy. See you later. My voice really doesn't suit her, but I can't do any other voice. So, two full dog soups across the channel to France. It's supposed to be an import now, huh? Not too bad. It says lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we can find out. Okay. Ah. Yeah. Sorry. Yawning. I was used to see people in the stain's kinesis are taking place. That's right. Well, it was the machine. Still worse for wear at the moment. Is there more things, or am I going insane? Oh, there are more things. The cage is here. There's some more things on the ground. Professor was strict as well. He didn't know anything about it. It's basically it's got the whole affair so very British. Remember that? You never cease your grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Look, is that... Yo? Van Zeeks? My dude? Took him more or less nothing. We shall, we possess them. He's the Reaper, we do well to keep our distance. Let's be, if I have permission to be up here. From the top. Hopefully we're allowed to just get the machine, as long as we don't touch anything. The top would mean lost or not. Exactly. So you stay here, stare at this wreckage for as long as you like. Come on, Love Van Zeek isn't that bad. Twist in the blast. And what they call the bird cages are in the middle of the launches here. On the floor, which is though it's designed to open. It does. This was yesterday. Mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing and before he was apparently beamed at the air. Straight to the bed cage. According to what Professor Harebrained said in court, it was made of wood. Japanese side press, I think. Despite having been an explosion, then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. A wonderfully durable construction, would you say? I understand that forensic investigation team have taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they... oh, freaking goddamn. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they finished their work. Sadly, no one went inside it. That's right. Just note it down. Yeah, right on the Ferris wheel is a favorite romantic outing among young London couples. Hold on, before we talk about Ferris wheels, this. About 30 feet or 9 meters. 3 minutes I should be dead. is quite the birdcage. I think the romance would be slightly spoiled by the abject terror, personally, but then I'm not. Then again, I'm not Londoner. I'm scared of heights. I'm scared. No. It's just that staying on the ground seems so much safer. Well, perhaps I should have to ask Iris and Miss Jones to accompany me on it. In that case, but like that, part of me does want to give it a try. Oh dear, it's complicated for you, isn't it? Come on, be more daring, my dude. Reading all this different architecture from all corners of the world. Make you feel a bit like an explorer, doesn't it? Not so subjective, but the iron shaped roofs have really caught my attention personally. It is very subjective, isn't it? Japanese buildings with their wood and paper construction have excellent ventilation. I've realized that British buildings being made from brick and stone are very strong and long lasting. The more you know about how things are done in other countries, the more you understand how your own feel. Dude, I can't help wondering what an onion does for the roof of the building. I mean, I suppose it's play on the mind, because I don't like the taste of onions. Okay, it's back, and it's fine. 3 streams. 3 streams. Okay, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything. And yet you managed to disturb me. Sorry, mate. Sorry, man. Never mind. State your business then. Clint. So Clint was naming your older brother and standing for Zeke's. Yeah, he's always had to be on guard whenever you're around. So you've been investigating me, haven't you? Have you? Oh no, it's not like that. It's a bit like that. Your older brother was also a prosecutor who was a pride of the Zeke's family. But tragically, the vicious killer took him from us. Professor, you mean? That's the extent of what you discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? You're too kind. So tell me, what's your interest in the historic incident? I mean, as it happens to Levenzix, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance? I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I featured in one of the displays there, for public scorn. A particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom. A particular waxwork, which... Wait, you mean... Yes, it's the professor. Miss Jones is investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Tribb, already? True, that goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. Trouble is, we don't have much to go on, aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Harebrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So, just wondering. I mean, it is probably not possible, but very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. She's not scared. She's a big girl. Fine, why not, huh? I have a photograph of the man here from another station 10 years ago. 10 years ago? Huh. Looks like another character that I don't even know what's the name of. It appears he already had that black monocle at the time. This was 10 years ago, it's probably aged up a bit. Aged that bit. But you share that with us. We'll need the man's testimony for tomorrow. It means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why won't I show you the photograph? Fair enough. Thank you, sir. Oh, hi. Definitely not Mr. Sholmes. The father requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Do you recognize him? At all? Right? Who is this man, Mr. Naruto? Lovenziek's apprentice. Lovenziek's apprentice, apparently. Lovenziek's, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment? With him? Why? And he's gone. Oh my god. Kazuma. Oh, that fits even more. Oh, holy crap. Oh, holy crap. Okay. I don't know anymore. What? Okay, I was wrong. That's fair. I was expecting that, but okay, that... okay. Okay, what's going on here? What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Well, Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as his prosecutor. He didn't tell you why, did he? Oh, the man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. Oh no! Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side. He served my judicial assistant, along with Strockhart's orders. Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation is run its course. Thank you. Oh, holy crap, this is... Oh, this is very interesting. Oh, this is very neat. Okay. You already met the masked man, haven't you? Yes, in fact. Hello, Lovenziek's office. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. I'm going to have to leave now. Forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, we'll cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affair problems. Could do without that, yes. Run away, let's go. I wasn't thinking about Kazuma, I assumed he was dead. Now that the possibility that he's still alive came up. Yeah, honestly, I wasn't expecting that. I honestly wasn't. But I'm glad that's not the case. Right, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. We just determined the whereabouts of Mr. Trevor. Should we Genie and little Toby won't miss now? Well then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? He thinks to discuss and I'm dying to meet him after all these months. Possibly he might know something useful. Right. I met Madame Two Spells. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary exit waxwork exhibit. Yes, Stars told me all about it. It's, all about his latest unusual venture. I see. Madame Two Spells. There we go. Now I can finally look at here. Here again at House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't gotten used to the place yet. Just like to turn on my heels and go straight home. Feed the confectionery, of course. Look at that waxwork. Quite sure it wasn't done before. Oh. Looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes down to the very last detail. Ah. What is it? Kick him. Kick him now. Kick him. Find. Gonna kick him? Oh no, he's gonna kick him. Oh. It's friend of my dick. Ah yes, hello again. Mr. Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke now, hold on. I must say, I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean... But yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow. So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. I see. His habitual duties? Alas. Do not disturb. Oh. Alright. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes. Where is he? Think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. What do you... Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I. Your famous great executive in waxwork, Sherlock Sholmes. What? She passed out. Oh no. Most humble apologies. Thought I'd gone and died. Thought I'd died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment. Dear London. Dear London. My dear madam. Let me make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. Also, it's not of questionable street food quality. I don't understand. Why are you working out of the wax? Okay, Mr. Holmes. Merely secret identity, you understand. Though the case is largely solved now. We were talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. But I can confess, I am yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far today for that matter. You should take care of yourself. So, how did you manage to solve the course so quickly? Ah, well, I do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, so I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with so-called a telephone? Wow. It's the most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. Japan, only the imperial capital, and a handful of other cities are connected as yet. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork has returned. I see. Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Thought that whoever was responsible had demanded ransom now. Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. I see. But does that not mean the negotiating was entirely unnecessary? I think I must ask you to keep from Madame two spells at all costs. Hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street after all. Poor Iris. Well, now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great Waxwick? Okay, never mind. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh? Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Trevor. He's a swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine. Swindler and an engineer. Quite one man, huh? Also seems to be a conjurer of sorts, too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on, that's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I haven't read it yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something before the man's appearance, or something of the man's appearance at least, I may be in a better position to help. I was gonna show you that! You freaking knob. Fortunately for you, however, I presently have a little talk about myself and a little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it. Miss Sholmes, did you lie to us? I don't know how to say that. Stay that piercing stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words are very clear. So then, let's unravel this mystery. Discover what events led to this curious murder. Told us there was a murder. You examined Cosmo's body. Indeed, and wherein lies the problem. I met him earlier today. The victim, Kazuma Asogi. I'm quite sure. He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure it was Kazuma-sama. It wasn't all the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can only assume I was slipped in the murderous atmosphere at the moment. The fellow wasn't dead at all? Priceless. I don't suppose that performance would pass murder. Would pass muster, would it? Must not hold on. I believe that crewman present at the time made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. So are you telling me the fact that he had amnesia is a form of murder, Mr. Sholmes? Or death, I guess. Tomorrow in court, you'll find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say here. No? Wait, oh, okay, never mind. So as you catch the eyes over this photograph print of Mr. Enoch Trevor, his face of the engineer we speak. Well then, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course, so looking at the photograph will be particularly instructive. Alright. Yes, forgive me. Very interesting, that's very interesting indeed. So Mr. Holmes, you took quite pale all of a sudden. I have a suggestion, Mr. Donald. Will you indulge me? What is it? As explained to you when you arrived, the missing worksock has been returned. I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Yes? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings. That special one-time only price, you understand. What? Opportunity will come again, I add. Would you like to see the fruits of my labor? Oh, rather pressing for sketch carry out. Perhaps you could postpone? The price is very reasonable, 5 shillings. Like you find it worth well with it. Are you being serious, Mr. Charles? Surely you need Don't look at my expression to ascertain if this is serious or silliness. Very well, I couldn't have. Here's your 5 shillings. You actually did it, you mad woman. Alright then, gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure. Alright, thanks lad. I didn't need to give you 5 shillings for it, but whatever. It's been shut, so let's go and see the special exhibit. Now it has nothing to say about this, I see. Actually get to go inside? Or no? Okay, I have to do this first. What does he have to pay? It doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. Ah, we could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. Working police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chipper-loving inspectors. Britain comes up rather well on that list, I think. It's not that bad. Okay, where's our tablet? What in the heck? What in the heck? I thought everyone in my spine is just walked in as soon as he walked in there. So we turn as it goes straight home. Via really big confessionary. We certainly can't do that. We've paid 5 shillings already. True. Alright then. Actually, now look at it a little more closely. Paid a good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. No, the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. That's what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved. Get what we paid for. Owl. I can't look at the owl. Nope. The young man in white overcoat. He has a large shovel in his hand too. Who is this? Oh. Oh, I see you. I see your freaking black monocle. A large shovel. It's holding out honestly, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with a shovel in the graveyard in the middle of the night? That's a spade. Are you kidding me? No, it's a shovel. No, shovel's for digging. That's gonna be loose material. It's a spade. Materials have been started though. It's a shovel. No. Although, we consider the trowels. Trowels thought to be distracted. Should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement. With the hatchet. Right then. What was the man doing? What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. What's this here? Well, it's appeared to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. So small. Which technology company is it? About Mr. Sholmes' skin prints. Perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. Anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film. Just borrow this for a while, I think. It's taking that straight from the exhibit, I see. Well, looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken. Wait, there's an actual picture in that? It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming into the lens. If you open the cover in the back of the camera, we should find it. Can't look at the thing yet. It's got a large lamp it's carrying. Or is it a lantern? It's not like a Japanese Choshin paper lantern is actually, is it? Lantern Choshin. Point is, it casts very little light. To be walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this, I certainly couldn't do it. Not sure I could visit the graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. Alright, dude. Watch your face. Can't see his face very well, can you? So I just... He should be manhandling the exhibits. Go back to where it was, as it was, don't worry. What are you doing, huh? Oh. How can... Black Monocle? Is this possible that this man is... Yes. Holy crap. It's Enoch Trevor. Color of his hair is different, but this is unmistakably him. Didn't know that was his profile picture. Indeed it is. Shrooms. This man is subject to a present hunt, I believe. That's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? He was missing when the model was returned by the thief. So what? Great. Then the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Why are you solving my words, I believe? I must locate the missing head to the sea, as Madam would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry Irish still awaits my turn back to Street, preferably with rations. You know, though, something about this room is strange. Well, in this house, the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? They are, Miss Sutter. Do go on. And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it? I think it's time I educated you a little by the nature of the incidents involving Professor 10 years ago. I'm gonna guess the... wait, actually. I'm gonna guess that oh wow. They actually... do they... what is this an actual... is this still a wax model, or is this an actual camera they got somehow? What? Okay, I'm assuming... I want to guess that the grave is supposed to be like a hiding place for valuables. That's kind of cool. If it actually was irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. Obviously, a pocket watch for example, I can't help myself. It's not to take it apart. It's worrying. By the rumblings of his stomach now. It was time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's giving up. Having a watch. Damn. Well, the bill is just here. Stop it stains. Oh my. I'm sure it's not your thinking. Why is that there? Why? The cover came open. There should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph in order to take a CC. No, there's no plate. It's been removed. What a pity. I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be in the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the wax is the actual person. So never have found a photograph printed that was the executed convict come back to life anyway. Alright, of course. They still got the mechanics right. It's insane. They still wanted to do the mechanics of the camera and how it works. That's freaking nuts. Way too over the top. Alright, that's all I needed, I guess. I wonder what this is all about. This crosshair. I don't know. It's not the killer. Feeding him as professor. Yes, I think so. According to what my said, he killed the 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood. Let's left because I call them Paulson's place. It's not moving anymore, doesn't it? If only had a head, there it is. He has the 139, what? His grave is a headless ghost. Do you have to take just terrifying ideas, Misato? Missy Sato. Anyway, I'm sure them all had a win once. There's metal fitting for it, you see. Has been shown to absentmindedly forgot to recharge it. It's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Perhaps. Thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned to the museum. And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Whatever the reason, it seems it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh my god! Of course. Isn't it about 5 times thicker than normal window grills, you could say. Makes you think, doesn't it? Of course, that was the case. It's a trick. I'll just go with it. Well, I guess it's that, apparently. Can't look at the 139 thing, but well. Okay, let me talk with you. Yeah, sorry, I had to wash my face. My nose, not my nose, my eyes were getting really itchy. Oh. Those 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty, all attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court, and members of the public were permitted. I see. I surmise, my dear fellow. His identity was never made public. Actually, he was found guilty. He was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. Weird. Okay. He's buried in a grave at Logate Cemetery, which adjoins the area of the person where he had killed. However, that was not the end of the affair. What the heck? The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. He crawled his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene, as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. It was a witness. Of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat. Years ago, a convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the night. So witness that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. Scared out of his wits, the young driver ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. In the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Following for a few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page of the capital. Public was frantic for every last detail about Kelly would come back to life. Okay, back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Man of Two Spells. I understand why the man's hair turned white suddenly. What I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place. In the lonely graveyard in the middle of the night, shawl in hand, apparently. The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever been before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. But in time, of course, the rumors were abated. So too did talk of the fucking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale. But why did people stop believing it? Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as established in fact. The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution. That may be the only logical explanation, yes. The man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard from him since. It's rather striking then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Oh, hi, Gina. Oh, that's where you found him, huh? What the bleeding, Nora? What have you done? What are you doing here? You still have that. I asked Iris and this is where it'd be, so. Oh, okay. So, let's go to the museum. I suppose we'll have you take a position as a wax if you're not helpful. I think it might be more pressing concern. I still had some flash power left from 6 months ago, so. Please put on the gun. Okay, I see. Sorry, I got scared. So, what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? We found it. We found that Dodgy Cove's workshop. Let's go. Up with that little boy. There he is, straight there. Boss and the others are heading over there now in drag. So come on. Here's the address. Got the boss right over there. You know. Right then. Then, see you there. Alright, nice. Time to go then. You go, don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still. He still has work to do. Oh my god! I know my place. In the exhibit over there. Poor Mr. Sholmes. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming. It was hard on me, I must say. But if I were to shrink my duties here, Madam would have me pay monetary recompense for as the day will be claimed to once more. Forget that. I'll pay for everything. There's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I should have counted you once. And he's gone. Should I pay half percent? Right, let's go. Huh? Oh my. Some stuff. Let's see my voltage. Did you appear so? The only important happened, actually. Ah, so got it then. Huh? You wasn't fighting this place. Such a little time. You've really worked miracles. Still be here, this miracle worker. Thought you were short before long, huh? What's up with you? So, Inspector, was there any sign of the engineer? Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in there. What a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us a chance to investigate. One to one junior tells me we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say go to Paris with a debt of gratitude paid now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around in here, I'd get cracking. Although Zeke's and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Imagine you got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down while we have the chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. They consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Alright, let's see what we can find. Alrighty, this appears to be most interesting. Most interesting indeed. Most interesting indeed. Just looking back massage, that's for sure. But that's if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. Young scientists could wish for no higher honor. Would you like a massage? No, fine, thank you. Are you kidding, Renosuke? Are you... Okay then, whatever. Guess you've never seen a trophy before. Just crystal clear. There's much more to this Mr. Algebra than conjuring tricks. He seems to be quite a smart man. Who knows? Would you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. Oh boy. Serious though, isn't it? You expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. This gentleman can be quite a mystery sometimes. Oh, I forgot to look at this broken glass. I'll even guess that, surely. Nothing else here. Alright. Royal Society Award. Fostering burgeoning talent for the first future scientific discovery. Seems not ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Tribble really was a very talented scientist. What's this? What on earth is this? An aeroplane is not. One day, scientists believe it'll allow humans to fly freely in the skies. Is that how the trick will be described, is it? Sorry. It's actually suspended by a thin, but very strong cable, isn't it? Well, this model, yes, but a real airplane would actually fly high in the sky. Well, it's meant for somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in midair unsupported. Well, unfortunately for you, wait for a couple of years and you'll see. So the solution is ever taller towers. She's covered by a special dispensation for scientific act. Receives repercussions if you to examine it. The crown and the government. This is a prototype which has nothing to do with the actual machine. Look at them go. Just going ham on it. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices are certain to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose change dropped on the floor, nothing. Not even bone would probably be there, my dear fellow. It's just these two, Soto. Oh, I can't even look at Gregson? Alright then. Why is there a quiver here? This is serpent-style quiver arrows with steel bolts inside. Oh, this is where the arrows from crossbow stuff came from. I mean, God, crossbow bolt stays. And just right sides of the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words, yep, that's more of in support your theory. Well, it goes to show that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. What does one open? Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. The special locksmith on his way free. Over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. Permission, Inspector? I could have the lock open in less than a minute. Well, I don't have permission. And no one's giving it to you. Damn. Still sign of anybody on the inside. Must have fled to some danger. Uh-oh. What? Something wrong, Miss Soto? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, did you hear it too? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. What do you reckon, Toby? Right, mind the grease. Whoever's in there, open up. There's Scotland Yard. I think they're leaving. Yep, they're leaving. I think the meeting's worse. Ah, answer on bleeding luck. My dear Rexon, as I said only minutes ago, if only were countenanced, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine, I'll take a rap at it. Just get us to a blasted door. There, may I enter that door? Excuse me just a second. Time's of the essence, I feel. What are you waiting for? Well, I suppose there's an emergency. A strong possibility that beyond the door is the engineer you all seek. Prepare for action, my dear fellow. Yes. No, I want to look at the machine more. Oh, well. I see. There's obvious footsteps on the like ceiling. It's literally right here. There's a balloon for the testing and interesting. All right. What's happening here? Why is everything upside down? No way. Never mind. I'm stupid. But why is everything just all over the place? But there must be. Oh, isn't one sculpture? What is this? Maybe that was the sound tripper running away. There's only one door in this room. And no windows for an escape route. Those guys are too high. Well, Follow me. What over here then? Look at them go. There's a freaking bomb there. What? Looks like blueprints. Professor Hairbrain's brown machine, isn't it? Blimey! If we had these, there'd be no need to muck about trying to investigate all the scrap metal. Something's very interesting here too. Okay, yeah, of course. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of the pillar. I was thinking about that. Never mind. You see, dupe, but you do not observe. That's not order. Why is there a bomb here? Shrooms, have you found something? Mr. Hardo? Yes, in point of fact, it's something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. What's a bundle ticker? Thick cigars wrapped in a large watch to me, but that's surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? A time bomb? I'm sorry, but what's a time bomb exactly? You're not one of a kind, Mr. Hardo. I don't know nothing to do yet. I don't have a clue what it is either, have you, Gino? Why'd you consult the dictionary later, Mr. Hardo? Best take is no time bomb. The professor it has a very similar appearance. Oh, thank goodness. Then what is it? I see, so that's it. I see to the heart of the matter. There are times when I consider my lot most unfair, for I'm afraid never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I've learned to accept the hardships that come with being a detective. Oh no. Oh boy, okay. Two conclusions seen for us. First, that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drebber himself. And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is a question completely genuine. It would be a pleasure. Ha! Do you reflect this by just glare with such fortitude there? Miss Shrooms, well done. Well done. Too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great treasure to you. Kindly stand just there, Mrs. Soto. Okay, I'd be delighted. Shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning is spectacular. Reasoning is spectacular. Bleh. Plain to see that this room is complete disarray. Everything is upside down. It says that every item in the room had up until recently had been happily positioned on the ceiling, pouring straight down to the floor. Everything was on the ceiling. It was just that. Yeah, the key here. What's that? Wait, what was that? What? It's gravity. There's something on the bottom side of that sofa thing there. Couch, whatever. It has at least succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the earth. Safe? Oh, fantastic. Gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness. The red furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Quite understand your skepticism, Mrs. Soto. I too was incredulous at first. However, my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to the one that featured in a dream of mine. Only the other day, in fact. What? But why does it have a clock on it? What sort of question indeed? There's a timing device that controls the gravity direction with a switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. The commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. And yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need to look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, for being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the time device. I witnessed precisely the scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. Let's consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up in the ceiling? And whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam? The reason that there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way in this room, excepting the skylight, that is. Oh boy. By inverting gravity here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently into the ceiling, and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind the wall on the way. The ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Holmes. If gravity reversal was sudden, no wonder Mr. Drebber had fallen up the ceiling rather violently. Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. Man was cornered with nothing and nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Reach the intended destination? What better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Explains how Mr. Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. Personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. I don't think it'll be that pleasant, my dude. All too pleasant, I mean. And thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle, huh? She's completely spellbound. Mr. Holmes, there's just one thing that troubles me. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. Thing is such a thing actually possible, and not to do gravity device? I'll say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no possible instantaneous kinesis. Control deduction hinges on it. My dear fellow, when you have eliminated the possible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. We haven't thought enough, my dude. I'm very much agree. One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. I always come up with the exact phrasing. My reason was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling that I've read it in something that Miss Lemmy once. Oh, okay. That's your voice, I see. Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Holmes. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it? It was. Only coils near the wall. But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mystery is never unraveled in the end, as I think you'll find new ropes. As evidence of such, you'll need only look at the mystery you face in this room, now skillfully unraveled. Alright. I think perhaps you might need to give Mrs. Jones the usually little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great deduction will lead us to the truth. Right. Must do quickly before Aunt Drebber gets too far away. Not sure what to think of this room. I mean, I feel like there's some sort of mechanism to turn the room around, but I don't know how plausible that is. If you're ready, then let us resume. Logic and reasoning spectacular. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. The gravity could have been reversed into a room for the whole day out of the interval. Mr. Sholmes could conceive such an explanation, and himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Alright, must completely discount the idea at once. Unusually merciless of you. Possible one remains must be the truth. The detective himself said so, didn't he? While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. So, let's see if examining desktops to be seen a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. That vase is real upright. I want to look at this large safe. Find a pretty bunch of flowers here, that's for sure. Look at that. It's both sobbing and the flowers arriving. So it makes you think of the fragility of life, would you say? No, it's Mr. Hodo. Something else, but it made a rather deep impression on me.
Take that!
It's the fact that this is upright. Means gravity was normal, huh? It's completely normal. Oh my word, Mr. Hodo, you surprised yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Find your person isn't here, perhaps? Ah, I was trying to steal his spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes, trust me, huh? As rightly say. Though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in this room is upside down, this unamusing slender vase is standing cleanly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there's nothing affixing it to the floor. It's the exception that breaks the rule. Sure, as much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss. Poor Mr. Sholmes. The show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Now that you know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, then remains but one other possibility. You don't say. I deliberately turned over every piece of furniture. So which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Why would anyone choose to do that? Quite. And actually, there's an explanation. That's the reason why everything in here has been turned down is because of the anti-gravity device. The love and exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Oh. Why did they need to look at this? Well, it might not even be the engineer then. What's it too hard at you? Safe. There's a large safe bolted to the floor on the outside of the room, so yes. So let us open it. What do I answer in here though? Of all places.
Take that!
Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of a safe combination. Precisely. I believe it's no harder. But you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noted the number down on this inside cover booklet just in case. Noted ticket. That's it. For people are forgetful souls at heart, and always make a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. But pray what happened next. Mr. Normal. Well, the day of the draw came around. I forgot which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it. For people are forgetful souls of heart, I always forget where they've noted things down. If you always note things in the same place. Actually, one second prize, you know. I couldn't remember which magazine I slipped the ticket into, so I had to turn my room upside down. You missed out on it, but I believe I've proved my point now. Here's that very similar scenario has clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed a combination code. Remember that he'd written it on the outside of a piece of furniture, but I forgot which one. Oh! Okay then. Maybe he's just really forgetful for some reason. Sure, I guess. In the state in which we now find the room. Well, that's more possible. So we're overturned all the furniture in here in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Let's consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain this section. Okay, I'm not gonna read this again. Change the direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did the footprints get there? Minutes ago, and those Hellcom days never existed in the first place. I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Strong and observe the area in more detail. Oh wow. What the? There's a shoe up here. Not sure what to choose. The reason the footprints I'm seeing is because of the nearby balloon. I guess balloon. Why would he go on a balloon for this? I don't even understand this. But you know what's cool?
Take that!
No. Okay then, the shoe. I don't understand, but whatever. Why would there be footprints on a shoe? Shoe prints on a balloon. Balloon prints on a shoe. Great, yes, of course. Like an idiot. So first time I got one of these wrong. Interesting, huh? Oh. Something really puzzle. It's like let's highlight. It's very hard to believe that the two are unrelated. Okay then, the shoe.
Take that!
Why would there be a shoe on a balloon? I can't explain this. Please focus on the balloon as well. In other words, they don't want to do with Skylight at all, but the balloon. Why? Green balloon seems somewhat familiar data. Yes. Yeah, I got that. I knew this was a prototype, this little test scene. But why would there be shoe prints on a balloon? Oh yeah. There's something inside, that's a fair point. The shoe. What the what? What? Why wouldn't he get a knife or something? Well, we found this earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Yes, the rope. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than the rope? What? I mean, it's much easier than done, yes. We have one, of course, don't we? Gotta fire it.
Take that!
This crossbow. This thing that we already saw. So the scene, in fact, in all likelihood, belongs to Mr. Oh, why he left it at the scene? I have no freaking clue. He not only brought it away with him that day. He could have avoided losing a shoe at such a cool climb like this. What's this? So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is that iron drop has hit? What is it that iron drop has hit inside the balloon? Is there gonna be anything? What the f- A waxwork knight helmet? What? Hid inside a middle mask. What? Shut tight and fast and with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. Okay. Let's check the dots. Alright. Oh, gotta see. That settled her side account to me. It says you have now surmised as the head of the infamous professor. But why is it here? To do his magic trick, of course. Suspicions the man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tuspel's and turning it Sandstet early today was none other than an October. Yes. I knew that from the start. Interesting, okay. Okay. Because the logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is to speak with the architect of this adventure. Right. Of course, not done yet. Architect, Mr. Drebber. Not possible that he skipped you on skylights. Or the man must still be in the room. Oh, you're freaking joking. Okay, fair point. It'd be abundantly clear if you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this introduction. So, will you be honest? Of course. This hiding place must be the...
Take that!
safe. Why else would you want to go in a safe? Why else would you want access to a safe? We can access the room, we heard noise over there. Sounds like the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. Nice sound design. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe. Pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. October. Is at this very moment inside this safe. This concludes Sherlock Holmes' prediction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Solved. Let's go. Messed up once, but oh well. Elementary, yeah. So, Mr. Naruto, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see. Combination was 1. 432582, yes. I knew that. Alright, here we go. Why would you lock yourself in here? It would be kind of dangerous if you stayed in there forever, mate. Oh, there's an inside. There's an inside valve. Okay, never mind then. You found me. What? Alright. Fancy lab. What are you doing? What are you doing? Right then, sir. Mr. Arnold, I presume? Correct. You better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Matter to Spell as well. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. What in the heck is wrong with you? Why have you made yourself entirely mechanical, huh? Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. What? Oh. The bomb. To the time bomb. I left it in the most permanent position. Just throw it away. Or just make you stay here. Oh. I see. Stroms? With only 7 seconds to spare. It's too close to comfort. Got one foot in the grave already. Try and help us get a killer or get it killed. Hold on. Completely life altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was close shave. Resemblance to anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. Anti-gravities don't exist. Damn. Yeah. Reducing meaning. Reducing meaning from the movement of people's eyes, especially in this source. Better talk to him first. Fine. Oh god. Sorry. What's happening here? You found me, haven't you? Don't need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Oh, we're beginning to area going over. But you're worried to Tripper. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop that I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. That would have been me. For some reason, I woke in fine fettle today. You must have a screw loose though, as I couldn't remember the combination of the safe. Another one loose, as I couldn't remember which piece of furniture I'd run down. I also found a rope on the wall. Yes, I'd hoped to exit to the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. But in the incriminating brutal forget. Probably though, you failed to retrieve the head from the blue room in the rafters. After that, you hid yourself inside the safe. Have you first set this parcel taking? Well, I have no intention of being nailed with the police. God, death wish have you? And right beside a ticking time bomb. What are you supposed to choose to hide inside the safe? We can try and beat Indiana Jones. Are you kidding me? It's already safe, specially designed. Dynamite explosion will leave a scratch on it. Or is that what they were? Was it someone else who hid inside the fridge? I don't remember. It's been too long. So I even heard about it. Okay. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. But once you climb inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. And I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Yeah. I'd always wanted to blow this place to smithereens in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you plan to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. Most people run, you see. I see you taking time off at their feet. I calculate the time required for a retreat to a safe distance and sets the bicycle angle. But you're seeming endless discourse here through a span in the works. I see. Something wrong, Gregson? I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Oh boy, I think I have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. What about the two incidents that you've evidently been involved in recently? First, Hairbrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the wax hook model you stole, which this head belongs to. There's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. That's enough. Oh, hi. You're finally here. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well... You know full well this engineer is a Kewins. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once. My dear madam, there's no use such threatening your tone, I assure you. After all, doesn't Dr. Snow create an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Seath? Hello, Sholmes. Oh, I see. If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you're quite misguided. It's surely nothing more than a shell. You get out. But of course, we show ourselves out the door. Ourselves the door. Yes, you haven't softened at all. There's no huddle. It appears that our delightfully entertaining investigations here have run their course for today. But, Mr. Holmes, let's leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said get out, now, all of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, I'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set here that this law disarmed. Something in your shekel has it, Trevor. So sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. Why, that one? You mean... Uh-oh. Oh my god. Okay, I thought that was another one in the place, but no. Apparently. The machine's gonna be blown to bits either. But the machine's gonna be blown to bits too. It was an hour later that I've heard the news. The enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. 2 explosions in one place. Amazing. Well, I guess 3. Great. Professor Hairbrain's invention. Yeah. I didn't read that. Oh well. I am done. There is no freaking way I'm gonna finish this trial today. Oh my god. It'll take like another 3 hours or something. If anything, I'll be right back. Oh my god. Alright. I've decided I will continue. Chances are this is the last trial, but I don't know. I don't know if I'll be able to finish the trial today, but I suppose we'll see. I have some time, like a couple hours still, but again, don't have much hope that I'll be able to finish the trial. We'll see, I guess. Good morning to you, Miss Naruto. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. It should be. Good morning, Medieval House. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Early in the morning, too, huh? Actually, true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle old times. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later, then. Okay. Really need you to remain calm in the room today. You tried hardest not to enter the witness stand and fight again. Yes, I will. I realize I'm so... My dear fellows, I must interject. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Jones. What's the matter? Should have overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast into my direction, Sorry, I don't follow, huh? What's it spelled out? I, the Sherlock Holmes, the greatest detective of world acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. At first thing in the morning, a miracle, you must agree. Hey, I pointed it out. No one else has, though. Well, I must agree, then. As you know, my sleep's quite impregnable. I just had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off me, shook me, hugged both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was up a stair. Good grief, dude. Oh, she's too nice. Oh, I said the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. It's my victory. Sorry to cut in. Hey, Gregson. Good morning. Excellent, my dear fellow. By the grim expression at the stifling early hour. Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grim expression, Damn you. You're going to take that and start lying down, Professor. Oh, what? I don't know. Damn. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork again? Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it today. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You won't believe the hopes I had to jump through. The hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. The professor's autopsy report. I see. The professor's own autopsy report. What? He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps, and was quickly executed soon after the trial. All in hand. I see. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Wait. Let me look at it then. Oh wait, I didn't look at this yet. There's a lock here. Imagine you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Oh, yes, that's true. I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. I'm sorry. Why do we have this? I don't know. Condemned prisoner, redacted for confidentiality. Pseudonym the Professor. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. Courtney Stevens. Oh. Such your brother, Courtney, huh? Or is that just unrelated? I don't know. That's supposed to be a last name, I think. Us lowly lot at the yard are just doing what we can in the shadow of the great Detective Shorts, of course. Well then, Professor Hebring, this is it. Today we're going to lay all this to rest at last. Wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Tripper. Yes, I expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day here. Really owe you both so much. He's nice, okay. Alright, to the courtroom. Is it then? Oh yeah. Kazuma, quote unquote. That's gonna be here today, huh? Prosecution is ready, my lord. My lord. Defense is ready, my lord. Cabinet of antiques. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah yes, my apprentice and assistant. Apprentice and assistant. Washington believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Nice. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. Smooth running of the Missiles offered from Asia, so there's really nothing we can do with them. It's very hard. Ready, willing to proceed. Sure, will understand the importance of doing surgery. Just by the deception and deceit, and so very worrying. Maybe to take a man's life with a conjuring trick is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. If kindness reveal the wrath of God, you have asked me. There's no say on both sides of the fence, and still on one. Is that right? Isn't it? One likes my day, one likes it all. What is ready to proceed? May begin. What it takes. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Exhibition rounds. The evidence of primary importance in this case. Supply voltage in Stain's kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. This is an outrage. By the way, today, Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. The machine was blasted to smithers, and the wreckage reduced to ashes and flames. I fear a photograph of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion. Oh wow. It's almost like something dropped in there. Machine. Control business. Dialogue dribble. Court will take this print as evidence. Photographic print of the experimentation state. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Yes, the afternoon. The protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its destruction. He's still going with this, I see. He says this is a very different trial now. Accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Name his counsel, if you please. Engineer Mr. Anokdreba and the victim himself, Mr. Odi Asman. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? That's what we're here to find out, aren't we? Right. Defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Pardon the mouse. Right. Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Well then, seek summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. First he calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. Name Enoch Drebber. Occupation. Hard to pin down, I would say. He's a great many things. Is man famous? Fight in the case that you're currently being investigated in connection with another case. Theft of a wax model, is it? Most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I'll show you. Clear it from your mind. Familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago. Accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I'm aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance to the blueprints, but that's all. The court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last.
Objection!
Alright, sir. Alright, buddy. We've already established that the machine was nothing more than a proper elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
Established nothing of the sort. Although it was shown during yesterday's proceedings. I didn't mean to hit the B button. Wait, hello? That the same outcome could have been produced by some means of strange trickery. Let us merely propose a method and demonstrate its feasibility, nothing more. Alright then. Procrastinating long enough, I feel. Witness will now give you full testimony. About the machine that you constructed for the purpose of a demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. Me with blueprints and I constructed the machine to its precise specifications. It was no trick. If the show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. Terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. It was that saying, surely. You get the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. Perception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. What would I be right in saying? You haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Come on. It's not that hard to freaking figure out. Prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. This witness is very well versed in conjuring artfulness. Such talents don't indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exposed to light, Mr. Ribber. The swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government and grant money through conjuring know-how. It's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. Crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Workshop test that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there. It's true. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have I've sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past. Should therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was a fortunate accident, or of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of science. What a guy. Please. I am.
Hold it!
So already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself? Not really. By chance I'd seen his name mentioned in papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investigator, it was no concern of mine. As long as people paid their bills, I took out my tools and constructed what they asked for. Mr. Asman fortune together then. Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Automation excellence is fraud. Hard to gauge. The point is, all I did was construct a machine according to the blueprints I was given. You might say that. Professor Harebrain certainly has a mind like no other.
Hold it!
It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. The implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Fortunately though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. There's really nothing left to explore, is there? There's nothing left to the device either. Not as much straight evidence remaining, I hear, huh? But in any case, if it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick.
Hold it!
What's that say?
Objection!
Mr. Asman was a twin. What? Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening either. Mr. Asman had twin siblings. I heard you before, but the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Sis absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. It's beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, didn't move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. Fingerprints found at the scene attest the fact. Can't even orchestrate or seeing someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman then. The idea of someone who looked identical to the victim was playing on my mind. Uh-huh.
Hold it!
We crashed at first, you say? According to many witness reports from those there at the time, yes. We're not there at the exhibition grounds on the day. Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I labored over for many months. I saw clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting head first into the tower. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? An infernal recluse like me reads newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were repaired on the victim's body. Yes, he was stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant, and he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height. No, which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. Since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. So it's science, didn't you? Not the slightest. Right. I've said a number of times I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I'll be inviting manifold I would be inviting manifold problems, so I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. Could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. Some constructed machine without really understanding the principles it relies on. Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? Nice. Good point. Stand up for yourself. So. It's true, though. The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous cases taking place. As such, the science must be sound. The experimental results, all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis.
Objection!
We examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Erosion fell some 30 feet into the crystal tower. The damage is to be expected, surely. I agree, the damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of the damage. All the breakings in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? The fact that he like accents his text in the wrong places is quite interesting. That's the opposite of what it should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So it reports the birdcage falling headlong onto the crystal tower, yet damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched during which, but wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Gracious, explain yourself, I guess. Well, we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The image on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. While multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion, at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level. It's approximately 18 meters. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower and the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports that amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable. The victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
From the 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However, if he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. Will there be more damage anywhere else? What damage anywhere else? Riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution. Though to be even more rigorous, you have to say it was only one vertebra, actually. I hard to see what's more forensics. It's clearly Sunderland, one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this is deception, do it right. I feel like that's the only one here. Ah yes, and there's one more point the defense appears to have forgotten. Because it wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. Elaborate. These clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on the stage for the audience. Oh. I think I know what to present now. There are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Esmond on the experimentation stage, that's true. The victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Likely, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. The difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. There is no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower. Trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, after I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly possible. Oh yes, it's all very well thought out. So, spectators, onto the day saw it. Birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean. It's just a good old sleight of hand thing, right? Yeah, you do one thing. You make the audience focus on one thing, and they'll miss the other thing that's actually the trick. Good old magic.
Objection!
Not this, huh? Not this? Really? What? It's this giant hole here that could be the length of the tower. Length of the freaking giant tower that it's on. What? What else do I present then? I don't think I have to do this. He fell from here. Here, and then here. I could present this. Maybe I could present that. I don't think it's this. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do this.
Objection!
Okay, good. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. You know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down to the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location in which birdcage could have fallen. Same distance of 30 feet. Please, events as possible explanation to put forward. Go to council. Of course. It will indicate the place to which you are referring to on the same diagram. Also, location from which the birdcage could have possibly fallen. The requisitive 30 feet.
Take that!
Had fallen from here. Birdcage would have plummeted the same 30 feet.
Objection!
That's my learned friend's claim. Ceci demonstrates the quote personally. Oh. What, do I have to do at the top of the tower? Are you kidding me? Oh no, wait. That's right. He wants where he fell. Where he fell, not where he landed. Okay, fine. Ugh.
Take that!
Number 2 is here. That's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage is in the machine on the stage, but what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Turns out the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If we look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assumed there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage.
Objection!
And there's no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. It's literally in the photo you gave. What? How the stage still stands. Take a moment to look at the photograph printed to see following yesterday's explosion. Good lord, no growth that fall on the floor. This machine is undone. You literally saw this, Your Honor! My lord, I'm sorry. That way of talking isn't a thing yet. My god, okay, dude. You literally saw this! Whatever. It's most likely blown by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. And defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. The problem is how we transported that. I don't know. Mr. Trevor, it was you who built the case machine. Which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that we used to carry this deception. Or I might have still just switched them around, but I don't know how we would do that. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference. Because it's the construction of the machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asmon's life. And to lay the blame firmly at the professor's door, something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Trevor. Oh wow, the double slam.
Objection!
My friend has reached the end of his assertions. The prosecution would like to crush the defense argument slowly but surely. The argument fails to hold water on 2 counts. Whopping 2 counts? Oh my god. Firstly, on after the experiments, the witness went nowhere near the case machine. Every relevant member of the staff in the exhibition has attested to that. Members only have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Trevor had no opportunity to switch the alleged pairs below pair
Objection!
I've already explained why you wouldn't have needed to. Nonsense with the crossbow doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. Forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. Yeah, that's confusing me. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. How would this man have wanted to take the victim's life if he had no reason to do so? I just think of everything myself. Apparently we do. You know, skip. We have a contract provided by the witness. Contract is into which Mr. Trevor entered with the victim, Mr. Asmon. It reads, Mr. Trevor is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. Contract obligations. There was one very important provision built into the clause. Provision. Mr. Trevor may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In the words of either of us were to die, contract will become null and void. As you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asmon's death. Diametric opposite effect. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Trevor having done as you suggest is nil. Okay. Seems defense's assertion is somewhat wide of the mark. 116, you'll submit the contract as evidence, please. Mr. Miss Odiasman hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Trevor, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage contained convenience machine. Mr. Trevor is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. Mr. Trevor may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. One of those signatures have anything to do with anything. I don't think so. Not as of yet, at least. Okay. So what's true of? There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Miss Naughton. No doubt there are other aspects of your research that are undeniable truths too. It would seem there's no rejoinder to offer. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. You testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. Prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
Ready. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there's more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage of demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Trevor. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So, circumstances it mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself. It points to the fact that someone else was involved. Yes, my lord. Mr. Trevor had an accomplice.
Objection!
Had an accomplice. Accomplice now? Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're caught accusing not only this witness, but someone else with the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Tend to pursue this course, formally accused another party of involvement in this matter. Do here. Did Trevor have an accomplice? Would he have? This is something. Oh hey, you're 18 now. Huh. Nice. This is gonna be risky. I don't know. I really don't know. I really don't know. I really don't know. Trying to understand this first before I do something. I don't know. I don't know. Only one. This is a giant hunch, and I don't know if I should do this. This is really... I don't know what to think. Union Boy, huh? They don't even have his name. Wilhelm. All I remember is Wilhelm Ormstein. Is that Sigmund? I don't remember.
Take that!
It's a little late for that. This capacity does quite make waves. A lot of waves. Oh, okay. This is weird. Always pays larger than life, but you'll pay exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes. Okay, I'm just waiting long enough. That's the council. No. Personally colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime. Is calling out coroner. Miss Dr. Courtney Sith. The investigation team and the coroner who took the autopsy of the victim. This is weird. Okay. This is really interesting though. I know there were two bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. And everyone, police officers included, were banished to make their way for the forensic investigation team. Who else could switch have occurred? When else could a switch have occurred? It could only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. Defense demands that Dr. Sith to be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. Freaking accusing a coroner, huh? You've got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the odd's name through the mud. Didn't mean to. Oh, the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? Rather than a friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? Alright then, sure. These persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely assembling a victim have been reported. Which means that there was no one dead or alive who could have fulfilled the role of body double for Mr. Asman. Hey, I have just the answer for you, huh? Present evidence. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns. Presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double. Listen, if filibuster in council. The court is expecting a name. Take care of evidence. Present now. The smartest supplement outside the birdcage was...
Take that!
You know, the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the case machine on the stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky, and it crashed into the crystal tower. And that body double inside the second birdcage was, in fact... Come on. We can do this. It's fine. Yeah, that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. When was this here? Hello? Just popped out of nowhere. Hello?
Objection!
Open your eyes and look into mine. Might be surrendered. Eyes open. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand for evidence. Come on. Observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous modern murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. Now you've moved on to indicting waxworks. Yes! That's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? Well, it's nothing like the victim. In fact, I could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? You wanna know why? Ask Mr. Drebber. What? Just days before Professor Hairbrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this bottle from Madame Tuspel's. Abducted. 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. The timing is true, Mr. Drebber. At first I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for us, Mr. Aspen. Yeah, otherwise I wouldn't see any relevance to figuring out waxworks and stuff. Okay, are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine that with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide? Okay,
Objection!
Going for the jurors, I see. Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. Oh no. Okay. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. In that case, in the jury, you'll state your leanings to the court here now.
Guilty! Guilty!
That's what it was.
Guilty!
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 Oh my god.
Guilty!
What the heck?
Kill me!
Oh, that's the voice. Okay, now. So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. Let's get through this, as you always do. Cover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. I agree. I can appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. There's no embark on summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present here. Grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged. Okay. I know that woman for years. She'd never be accomplice to anything. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear, this is the most troubling. But surely the waxwork was... The man stole is nothing more... Waxwork? The waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with Coroner, is it? I've had my own problems with members of the police. I don't trust them much. I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture, huh? Accusing someone without right evidence? He's not a proper job, is he? I won't have it. Okay then. Use the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles the victim. I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asmund's body double. Applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems so short. So I have a strong feeling it's actually a great clue that anyone realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Haro? I can't explain why at the moment. I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model. Now I'm convinced. Something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Right. I'm gonna assume it has something to do with the professor, the serial killer. But we'll see. Posture checking. Okay. A lot of things need to change around here for some reason. You just left to right, but no, it's right to when it. It's just literally whoever talks first goes wherever. I'm a couple lad. It's covers this discretion to bend the rules sometimes, where needs must. That is. What's wrong with that? Corruption. That's what's wrong with that. Been working at the yard for 40 odd years. Small stuff. Only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times changed. Probably didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. I had to fight crime, and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did, forensic science was in its infancy too. It did more than it's now. And she spearheaded the revolution. Sitting. That's right. About 10 years ago now. It was. About 10 years ago now it was. Well, I was still a youngish Bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. Now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team, and a woman no less. Do you think the reason why she started 10 years ago is because of a certain event? Well, you won't hear me complain. That's what we all dreamt of back then, to tell you. You will get oh, let's help your justice, lad. Full of him we were, full of him. It's coming across loud and clear. We've only just started to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir? The man behind those murders on Solid Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real pleasing for you. It's really not relevant to this case, is it? You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Sith in charge of examining the bodies. There was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible. That's right. That's right. Oh, that woman is at the forefront of the country's fight against crime. The idea that she is somehow involved in this murky business is a load of tosh. A load of old tosh. Alright.
Hold it!
Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unselling swindler has no relationship with a woman, does he? We don't know of any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic? Women of a size such as myself use everything in terms of relationships, you know. I'm sure. Something new every day. If you want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. Well, test the woman's stance, and perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Sis would be enough. I agree. As long as we have even a whiff connection, we should be the first to know, huh?
Hold it!
What sort of problems? As you say, we have run into each other on numerous occasions while we've been performing on the street. Right, I see here. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as you work in close proximity to our audiences. They perform my great magic in parks, on city corners, and the like. But the police are used...
My day?
In my day. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Hello?
Excuse me.
There's an insane response to that, Mr. Automol. Bro. Who are you calling a mass murder? Sorry, my mistake. Got confused because I heard you look like a man. Don't look like anything like a man. Like the man. Might be locked up, sonny. Thanks, Mr. Jones. Great. Perhaps we can move on. I was really wondering if you had something you want to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do. Back in my day, back in the good old days. Wasn't like this. It was like something. It worked out our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust we did. By Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you? No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. Coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put a name to it. She was the best of the best. Hello? Thank you. Hold on. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Sorry. Got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Sith's maiden name. Oh! Oh, isn't that just lovely? The maiden name. Oh, she was married, I see. Of course, yes, Sith now, isn't it? Anyway, point is, those are the great days of policing, not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Well, yes, I don't see why not. She was Connie Stevens back when I knew her. Of course, so legendary corner even then.
Hold it!
Frick. She's legendary, was she? Whatever. What do you say? It's still the best corner in the land. Head of forensic investigation team. Legendary was your description, sir, not mine. Rubbish. That would never pass my lips. I never described anybody that way, ever. No, that was still in the game. Oh boy. The point you're trying to make is that Dr. Sith is extremely technical now. Would that be fair, huh? I would. One for the fact that you're trying to drag that legendary woman's reputation through the mud. Legendary. Okay,
Objection!
good. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Seems to be fair. So, juror number 2, huh? Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light that maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Sith, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. David, no. Remember the first game? Let's go. Time to sleep. Alright. See you, David. Good night. Good job clearing the first game. Oh my god. You'll catch up to me in no time. I'm sure. Well, actually, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I feel to see what you mean. Dr. Sith's maiden name is Stevens. And through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. Hence, has evidence to prove it. Let's recall kind of that last remark. But we hope there's substance to your claim. Yes. It's a clear link Dr. Sith to the mass murder known as Professor.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. 10-year-old autopsy report. What evidence does that have? It was, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. Professors, but the man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives a few details. What was important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stephens. Strike light. It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Sith 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebo very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel's. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Aspen, at all. Do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely, I'm sure of that. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Sith and Mr. Enoch Drebo. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. It's almost extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. Thank you. Quite right. Okay, let's truck on him now. Now there's this class suspicion hanging over the odds. Best coroner. Wasn't like this in my day. Well, we're still here to uphold justice in the end. Thank you, sir. Alrighty.
Hold it!
Trying to hold up instantaneous cases demonstration was the trick. But I did. There's nothing more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Sorry, I grant you, given that this cage appeared from a mist and explosion, there have been no need to use a real person. But if waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how much comes by decency. The point is, if you're going to make a claim about the waxwork being inside the cage, you would need to give some evidence. So that's just not science. That perhaps means your mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Ah, yes, I do have evidence. Actually, something I'd like you to see, sir. So getting your jacket outfit, I don't mind committing to a sense. Huh? Wait, what? Most one I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your Jack Black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here. Don't trust anyone in black. Looking in the mirror must be very trying. Damn. Mr. Proves the waxwork was inside that birdcage. Namely...
Take that!
A piece of broken glass. Piece of glass. That's unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick and clear, made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for this construction at the Crystal Tower. Holy smoke. Exactly. Centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above, smashed through a window of that special glass. From whence the small piece originated, is that it? Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you, huh? Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. But however, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color should come into it. Oh my god. Thank you for being reasonable, sir. In light of what you showed me here, yes, I feel obliged to state my position on the matter. In case you're number 4, you will amend your statement, please. The presence of that piece of glass leaves me in little doubt that the waxwork wasn't inside that birdcage.
Hold it!
Thank you for reconsidering your position, sir. It was misplaced, my boy. My opinion is governed by logic and science and nothing else. Yes, science is the way you should direct your words, gratitude. What's the matter with you? Too good to say some words. Thanks to the mother of all academic subjects. I think I had to use you. Okay, I think, yeah, to use this statement.
Hold it!
Gotta ask, why you brought that corn to court with you, huh? Corn cob? He's been gone. Going back on the farm. Picked him off on me. Picked him off on my way into town. He's probably nibbling ears. Yes, nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe you could wait until after the trial. Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these. Whenever I'm somewhat big to the side, the colonels always point me in the right direction. See here. Cobble corn. Nibble nobble, guilty bubble, nibble not guilty out. Nibble noble, guilty bubble, nibble not guilty out. Nibble the okay. I think I get it. Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals like people do back home. Cobble corn. Well, at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the villain's guilt. I don't know about that. I'm awfully full already. Amazing. Shush you. Okay, alright. Okay, I'm gonna pit you with you. I don't actually know. I'm gonna press you, just in case.
Hold it!
So I know there's a little pressing thing here. You know what? Please use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Sometimes they even cook up a store to extort monies from the poor. That's definitely not right. Yes, and it is why I say that if you trust the police, you'll have trouble. But here you are claiming this wax model was stolen to a star in an illusionary spectacular. They are so wild I think I will take my chances and will leave the authorities' obfuscation. Let's see. Scotland yardstick. Yeah, I already got that. Okay, no, okay, it has to be this.
Objection!
Good. I'm just very worried. These things clearly contradict each other. Put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Oh, me? Point out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. The accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second bookcase on the question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated the juror sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides calling a club, to be honest. Amazing. If I could interject here, please do, sir. Now this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence. It would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further. Yay. Poggers. Oh, I see him. Me too then. This brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be here. So yeah. I'm wondering if I'm gonna come on call about anyone who's got stuff in between the ears. Alright. Dunzo. Puzzle, you cancel, that'll do. Result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now called guilty against 4 who called not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. The trial must continue. Poggers. Was Sato there the whole time? Like, from this back view? After the summation examination? I don't know. Was there even one of those used to be with? I don't remember. I don't remember at all. I'm stupid. Okay. A wax code is applicable professor. Used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe this assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. Also, the professor that looks misdriven, the Sith. Convinced that there's a special significance to that link. I don't know what to do to prove that. I really don't. Truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony. What is to delve deeper into the legend development of the works in this case? Then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. I see her. Madame Two Spells. Madame Two Spells. Very well, I can go. Make arrangements for Madame Two Spells to appear as a witness with immediate effect. Carefully, my little friend. Yes. You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. And this is quite the delicate trial here. Adjourned for 45 minutes. During that time, prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare for taking the stand. Madame Tispels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. Oh, okay. Given that took about an hour or 2, it's not that bad. Maybe I can maybe I can actually finish this. Who knows? Well, I'll be back. Okay. Sorry about that. And Mom came back with a friend. And they were talking loud. And apparently my mic picked it up. Didn't know my mic picked it up. Didn't know my mic could pick that up. Interesting. Okay, anyways. Continue. I don't know if I'm gonna finish this today, but we'll see. Well, I still have time. Yeah, whatever. I've been watching the television shows. Been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. Well, you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? Doesn't look like any professor I've met before, even is he? Of course. We were in Germany already 10 years ago, huh? When I discovered he was the one who had been admitted, I sensed some foreboding still within me. Who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? How I felt some of these. As it turns out, Lord Van Zeeks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realize, isn't he? Yes. How true. Okay. Let's get a friend from university, Doc. Oh boy. Sorry, I'm trying to adjust my pop filter. Okay. Yes, Doc. And now Waxwork at the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. Imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reed failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. Extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow. Show that right in front of the man. Makes it liquid. Can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. What particular matter? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Sith, and Lord Van Zeeks. It seems that everybody in this trial has a link to the case somehow. In fact, I alone am not a member of the set. That leaves me as an empty set. Oh well, no intersection to it yet. I'm just a very unlucky individual. Excuse me? Oh. Were you watching this whole time? I'm sorry. Dr. Courtney Stevens? Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. It's very true of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Gregson told me. I think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory holding my scalpel. Smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. Policemen on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Sith. They've accused you of being complicit in what happened, hoping that you'll take a stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Most strong heart has forbidden it. Huh. Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor case. Please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information out of me. Out of me. Trying to hide the truth? That's quite cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit, with no regrets, none at all. And that's all I give you to say. So, good day to you. This is interesting. Okay. What does it all mean? So no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you like it or not. Now then, I believe it's almost time. It's Let's make my way back to the public gallery. Taking my seat awaits. That's one word of warning before you go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Not falter, whatever may come to pass. Thanks for the advice, Holmes. Sholmes. Thank you. I shall make myself scarce then. This is about the camera earlier, as I shall be knowing you on that as you know aware the truth. Alright. See you, lad. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. 12:40 p.m. Well, it's gonna end by the time I'm gonna end, isn't it? Oh no. In the name of Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Justice for defense and prosecution are you able to continue? I wonder what the masked man is gonna do here. If anything. I'm really curious. Let's use the ready mode. Yes, my lord. It's also ready. This quarter where the case is under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation. It seems to be the fate of all our trials in which the symphony is involved, my lord. So then, let's begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the Waxhawk was cardinally involved in this matter. Cardinally. What seeks? We're still waiting for the arrival of Madame Crispel's. Not at all. She's in the antechamber as we speak, and ready to be summoned. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Once, bailiff, show Madame Crispel's to the stand. Oh wow, you're making an actual model of Sean's. Nice. Information, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I'm a waxwork artist and artisan, the proprietress of the Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Just trying to get a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world. She got into that face. A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from a museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that's true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left by hand by the culprit. However, according to what I've just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. Instead, it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. Present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Audie Asman. Of course, I know him well. He's part of my odious personages exhibit. I test to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. I was suggesting that we should see now the damasked visage of the professor. I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. That is absurd. What? I didn't know you had the key. Hello? Don't know what face you've carved into your fancy figure behind that mask. But quite clearly it won't be that of the actual killer. And it was now in public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed, as the identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get his hands on that information. Quel dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the Tuspel's principles. What principles? The family of Tuspels has always prided itself on sculpting its models a la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voila, our principles. The well-known legend of the Two Spells waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Two Spells family is said to have made waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. The queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct, the model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We dispose stop nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Dear me, so disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain a true lifelike representation of its subject. It has been my family's secret for generations. Behind that mask, the true visage of the killer is there. It's out of the question. As to spread terror throughout Britain. As a result, the Madame Tussauds special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave, it is a sight to behold. Huge come. I think, Madame, it will be beneficial to hear formal testimony in this matter. Explain every detail of this macabre model, and your personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure. So waxwork. Special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked the society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tussauds' family principles. I used the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold of for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until the key gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. You were actually there? Wow. As dawn approached, I was very worried that he could have discovered. Come on then. I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What wanted to do, Who? So truly saw it to face that monster. Actually, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. Tussauds would not be Tussauds if he did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. Show the blood-curdling scene which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. So the scene that it depicts was a subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. Wow. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It's the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the witness who saw it. Interesting. And rises from the grave, stood so for us. Full of joy, absurdity, once you learn. That is true. I can actually read this. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. It's too annoying. We can use this. A gunshot rang out suddenly. From behind, the bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. The youth then finally released the scream he had been holding and ran for his life. There was a gunshot. Also, Audi Asman. Wow. Insane. University student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Erok Dreba, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Nothing else matters here. Okay. Insane how much detail there is. Pretty nuts. There was a gunshot rang out. A gunshot rang out, huh? Apparently, where? Interesting, okay. And it doesn't say anything about that in the actual thing, right? That's why I reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And so actually from the exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. As you see before you. Yeah. It's puzzling. Counsel of Defense proceed with cross-examination. Alright.
Hold it!
This could be anything else. Yes, that's what I wanted. Somebody shot him. Who's that? Nobody knows, even today. I mean, someone else definitely saw him. Maybe it was just a rumor, perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. Good people live in, they love stories like this. That's why it wasn't every newspaper across the capital. It's just a story. This is exactly the scene that could be seen today at a museum, isn't it? We, especially exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. But afterwards, the content of the article were produced in every art newspaper matchable. Right, is this? Please go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often, rumors contain elements of the truth. I see that people from the East can be just as astute as people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry, 10 years ago, I was there at Ludgate Cemetery. After the criminal known as Professor was killed by hanging, I took a whack impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead. I see.
Hold it!
Yes, assuming the subject is dead, of course. The subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I've noticed some prison criminals all the time, you know. No. Time comes to make a wax cookie. Seems famous, answer. Maybe for wax because I don't know. Some criminals a simple status even. So I think it's hard criminal is better than wax. And it's thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. Richard Starr was a special exhibit, of course, the professor. Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression of that from the actual course. No exceptions to the principle of two spells.
Hold it!
That's illegal, isn't it? Seeing the proprietress of this repository of nullities was blinded by monetary greed. Nothing to do with money here. Man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt them to record this history. It is the raison d'etre of the Two Spells Museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, it was surely nobody but the members of the judiciary were present know the killer's true identity. I'll show you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor. And that's what you're saying. His identity is a national secret. I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will. As will your entire museum, if you don't tread it very carefully now. It could be another interesting chapter in this history of my family, I think, don't you? Process execution, we took a wax impression of his face on the corpse. Exactamente.
Hold it!
With that longer than you expected to be. I had some difficulties capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? Man had been dead for a short while already, you see. Muscles were relaxing, consequently his chin would not align so quickly. Damn. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I will know. As a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? One time's different. It's because of rigor mortis. Rigor mortis? It's the name I've given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. This factor is often used to estimate time of death when the body is discovered. Well, that was an education. A slightly scary one. As the manual says, the rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death and starts in the jaw. See, so that's why I wait. For that time, the mouth falls open and it's very difficult to do my work. How can we do my work with all this talk of corpses? I don't think there's anything. So by the way, wait, actually, never mind. No. Let's go talk about something else, but that doesn't matter right now. I'll talk about how his signature is the same. But no, it doesn't matter. What's that signature or anything? Signature for the drawing? Guess so. About that information the courts just heard from my spells. I don't know. Confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. When did she say she was there? Lily was 3 hours after death. She stayed for longer. I'm gonna try. Image about rigor mortis just shared with us. Do you mind including a form of the song? It could be sleep. After this latest topic, Alison Corner has gone extremely grave. It's not time for jokes, Mr. Dog. Oh boy, okay. 1-0.
Hold it!
It's lost the job about 3 hours past that, is that right? The exact duration depends a little on the season. Who reminds the wax of Elson will be so well versed in the subject? No. That is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. I have no idea about it. Maybe I won't admit my ignorance about forensic science. That was my fault to give you a very simple prime, I feel like. Goals should be your domain. I'm not cool with them. Oh dear, do my very best.
Hold it!
Say that dawn was approaching. What was the time of day then, approximately? I cannot say, but when I left 7:30 with my utensils in the wax, the morning light was becoming visible. It took place on 17th June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. You did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning. That really is early. I just had very little time, so I finished my work in half an hour. Hold on. "4:40 in the morning. And they died at 12, so 3 would have been their ideal spot. So to complete the impression and bury the body for daybreak, of course. Of course, if somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. She wants to be taking shape more quickly now too. You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madam. Yes. Madam, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture in the early sunrise, which included in your testimony, I believe they may be significant. Like me too. Quite right, my son, but it is intriguing. Sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unmanageable on one night, so I quite admit my think it's significant. Testimony then, madam. Pleasure, my lord. It was before the onset of rigor mortis. Okay, this is just wrong then. Ready to finish the work after half an hour before sunrise, and left as soon as the corpse was interred.
Hold it!
Hold on. If I'm understanding this correct, I mean, I'm stiff. Yes. Was before that. If you finished before dawn, if you finished by 4:10, the rigor mortis would have been done. I had to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise. I left as soon as the corpse was
Hold it!
emptied. Do you have a reason to believe you might be discovered or the sun came up with something? Oh, I just realized. This was 10 years ago. Isn't she like 26? Good god. It's already working as an artisan by age of by the teens. Wow. Insane, huh? With the morning light, I knew that would the warden. I paid the gravedigger money to keep me the secret of this. By the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area. Couldn't you have just paid off the warden too then, huh? I already paid the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is not like secret, huh? So it's at 4:40 AM that day, which means that it would have been around 4 when you began sculpting work. To be correct, that would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding. So we're sure the waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow. Is this the one? Because this says death by hanging confirmed at midnight. So rigor mortis would have set in at 3. Would have been after rigor mortis is set in. 10 hours and then 10 hours past death would have been when the corpse would relax again. I don't know which one to do. Do I do this one? I don't know if I do this one or the other one. But I have chances.
Objection!
Okay. Madam Dispels. I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. Confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because the testimony had a particular detail in the report. Completely contradict one another. Koi? Are you going to explain yourself, my friend? According to his testimony, Madame Dispels was creating her wax impression just before dawn. And at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. Man's chin was limp, so he could not have been dead for a long time. On the other hand, if you look at Dr. Sith's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. The professor indeed died at midnight that day, and by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in. Yes, you are right. The chin would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. Execution. It didn't actually take place at the stated time. So this is beyond folly. Well, I wonder if the masked man is gonna come and help. Since he's a good lawyer, isn't he? I wonder if he still has that knowledge. Who knows? Okay, members of staff at Barclay Prison will execution take place. By heck, extra one. Not
Objection!
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? Professor died that night. Oh god. without question. Okay, he did. Of course he did. I moved the man's lip job. Okay. My own hands. There's no. Professor died that night. But if we didn't, what if he didn't die at the gallows? He died. Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting? What exactly are you suggesting that did happen in that case? It's almost possible to leave to assist the professor and that one other person of interest. Notice that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting can happen that night. Evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution. No! No, this was a stand-in corpse! And Audi Asman, the actual professor, shot him as a stand-in. Shot the substitute. So he actually dies. Holy heck, holy crap. Is that it? That is it. That is freaking nuts. That's pretty nuts if so. We'll see.
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. This cute criminal returns in the dead of night at the local cemetery. Isn't where the corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave, and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the Goddard Press. Can be certain of that. Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. What happened? Well, yes, indeed. Zui. The young man who stole the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself. But obviously, the man made it all up. In any case, it was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of fighting.
Objection!
Do I... On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. Okay, I guess they haven't actually they don't actually know that's actually the engineer. Who was the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago? You.
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber? Previous witness? Special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork. Not artwork. Recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. Condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon this terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Surely not, Counsel. Drebber was there in Locate Cemetery. So let's talk about Mr. Drebber. Is it nice significant? Yes, extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation, huh? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from the museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. No. But that would mean... Madame Tuspels? It would appear you know the name now, Drebber. Oui, yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. Explain yourself, tell us everything you know. Yes, yes, of course. The story of the young man and terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, among the articles, the witness was... Oh! Hey, Shoal! Thanks for the raid. Oh my. This was published by those entities. Howdy. Welcome to trial and things. It's part for one newspaper. Oh, Chrome. Hi, Chrome. Someone was only publicized in that article. The university student experienced destructive. Okay, apparently people can't read. Disciple of student science at the University of London and the resident of its student dorms. Unbelievable. It's right there, right in the bottom corner. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. Discuss his discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night. It'd make a perfect exhibit for my house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not. See, so you want to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you? Segment. He was studying science at the University of London those days. He's a poor student. Paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. Alright. Things are connecting. I can see what's happening slowly but surely. Wait. A man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he had witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. The public treated this claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork build was a poor match for the victim, and his face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. The birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but that same waxwork. The coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated, Dr. Seath, would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor, is that what you're saying? Dr. Sis put a name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. Fascinating. Let's go must summon Dr. Sis to the stand. Defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. According to the missive I received this morning to the prosecutor's office, Dr. Sis is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? What does Van Ziek say? What does Lord Van Ziek think? What's he gonna do? He calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. Ooh. He's doing it.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Enoch Drebber and Dr. Sith. Sith. I still don't know how to pronounce that. Both take the stand together. Point of request. Bill send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Sith of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Right. neck is broken. Oh god. Oh, you know, more comfortable way to sit. Problem is, my microphone won't let me. Hold on. Well, not even my microphone. My headphones don't let me. This is too short. Oh god. Okay. Sorry. You completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. Maybe that's better, I don't know. If there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disturb confidence, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Mr. Rubber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your own workshop. Dr. Sith, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other on and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence. We do have a very significant clue. I'm talking, of course, about the waxback. Small-world killer known as a professor who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. Don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution in my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. That's according to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. And still witnessed a mysterious event. It was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, make you privy to a very great secret about the Siths. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate with your evil scheme, in fact. Or could be that too, I didn't think of that. Although I didn't even think about how they would collaborate. They did. Okay, nice. Streba, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in the Logate Cemetery. What an interesting twist. Well, at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank, I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night. For what it's worth. Tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in the cemetery. Yes, of course. As you wish. Cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was in Logate Cemetery all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model for me from months. I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper article. Of course, you have to screw loose if you believe the corpse could come back from the dead. Saying this article is... Oh, what paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly. Yes. If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies the argument for why Mr. Driver and just like Dr. Sith would have been working together. Auxiliary business, can you elaborate? That's right, grave robbing to be precise. Yeah, hence why you had the shovel. As you know, Logate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, he had a reputation of being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. That's a thing? Didn't know that. Of course, never laid a finger on any valuables very good to debt. Are you one of those so-called resurrectionists? A particularly unpleasant scourge on society. The source? I don't... What did he say? Scourge, yeah, okay. Fellas and I went by her name to repurposes. Wouldn't like divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. Daily circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. Caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with a bad grace to identify me, unambiguously, by my dad. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? I asked that. It was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me, so I described the scene. Honestly, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Claimed to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish, foolish. Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the COG's cross-examination now. At once.
Hold it!
By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely you'll need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. Lantern and spade. What on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital. A hospital? Huh. In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. Aspiring scientists who young research students had no money to work with, so I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with hospitals via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. I see. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you're caught, you could expose the gravest consequences. You could expect the gravest consequences. We students who are caught between the hammer and the anvil, we need funds for research. Quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you've revealed this abhorrent behavior. Well, if you want to know why I was there at Logate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way the way it did. That I regret to this day. No, please.
Hold it!
Strange happening at Logan Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I went to visit the police at the time, you know. I was feeling like a leaf. They didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So I went to papers instead. I started big with the news. Unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags. Got a press. They came to get my story. It spread like a plague through the capital, as gossip-hungry Londoners laughed up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. Yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. About the article in the Daily Circus. That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. Don't know how, but he discovered my name, so I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. And from your description he drew this illustration. Precisely, that's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Not perspective. Words are hard. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. I see. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then? Well...
Hold it!
What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Locust cemeteries at the rear of Blacklight Prison, so it was renowned among students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Oh my god. For some absurd reason, I was scared it was graveyard at night. And as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead come back to life. Said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, the resurrection is impossible, isn't it? Had to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. Oh no. Sure, I did see the professor. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor, huh? Against that irritating backtracking statement of his. Point is, that night was a pivotal moment. I don't have anything yet, I don't think.
Hold it!
They are being Madame Tussauds, of course. Precisely, I must say. I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I explained, I went by the name published in the article in Chronicles. I found the man. Commissar? I don't know. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. It's very such to having a wax work of yourself made in grave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell. Like food. Ah, oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day. Yes, Pop? Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madam? This camera. Ah. Oh, he actually... Okay, so it is... Interesting. Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion to any cemetery. To camera with you, sir. To what end? To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. Let's see. I still have it once, sir, as part of the special exhibit in my house of horrors. Very meticulous about such details. It's 2 spells away. Oh, okay. There's a camera that Mr. Drebber had with him in the cemetery 10 years ago. Perfect. Perfect. Freaking perfect, mate. Okay, I'll do this first. This article, you mean? It was published in the Daily Circus? Yes, somebody informed the dean that was my name that appeared in the article. Carelessly let slip that night after that. Let slip that night after night. I carelessly let slip that night after night. I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. But his reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. One day I had no idea. Having been run out of university, you find employment in a somewhat specialist trade. You combine your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never before seen technology. And you use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors to give you money. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort.
Objection!
Not this? Okay then. Or maybe... okay, no. I have to press this first then. Don't know. I really looked at everything. Now there's a... this... done. I already know that. What the heck do I... okay. Thought about the blood splatter. About the blood. Why... else could this be? Now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor at all. I presented the camera, right? Yes, I did, okay. And it's not that, alright. What else could this be? Oh, boy. Is it something with this? Do I just do this?
Objection!
Okay. I believe that. The latest claim. They did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh wait. I thought he was trying to argue he saw something else, like some other body. But I remember, but he's arguing that he just saw it in his mind's eye. He was imagining things. Okay, whatever. Especially when this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalists what you witnessed. Figure much more too wearing an iron mask. Right. So in the closed court's ruling, the man would wear the mask, has it? Yeah. Prison wardens would see the man's face. Obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So as you just heard, a lowly student at the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So you'd actually seen the professor that night. Oh, I see. Okay, I see. Alright then. That's not bad. Alright. I'm just stupid then. Ow, ow, ow. Sit up straight again. A lot of no mic noises. Okay. It's a vile scene, isn't it, if you look closely? Zerton has already been at pains to point out I was utterly petrified, so I had it in my head that I'd seen a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. Still saying you didn't see it? If you were suddenly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course. I'll let you have to oblige. I see. Is fellow grave robber at work?
Hold it!
Huh. Fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Was the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know? Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he had dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's a terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. Those two are equally insalubrious business as yourself. So many of the medical students would wear medical masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Metal masks, of all things? This fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity. What you say?
Objection!
There's no more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, the next second a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. That sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them? For a grave digger shot someone in the cemetery, I think might have been rather big news, my lord. Oh, yes, well... Strange. What the Hey! I did not press the button! Whatever. I'll do it again. Embellishment. Explain really most of what... Oh. Hello. You're still going. Okay, I see. So it was an embellishment basically, bolted on later by the reporter. Played earlier most of what the papers published by those events.
Excuse me!
Hello? Madam Tispellis? Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Oh la la la, pardon. Didn't know that was a voice. Strange. I was lost in my thoughts. Would be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way. Thought it was a little strange, so I want Sir Drebber could claim this now. Don't mind me saying, madam? What are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, including the gunshot. Stop. Oh, you might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Ooh. Ooh. Have care, Trevor. There's no way to speak to a lady. Please, Madam Two-Spells, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet he hit the condemned man. He said nothing of the sort. No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot. Enough! Shut up, woman. You're making all this up. Oh boy, okay. I have proof of that. That will do. Mr. Drebber. Yes. The account just given by Madam Two-Spells? I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Go on, do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, Counsel. I'll not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness. Very well. There's no gunshot from behind me at all. No any splattering blood. Too bad there is.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that is the camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forwards on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
Oh. What's that? Just on the bellows. It looks like dark red stain. That's right, it's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. It's just... Yes, my lord. Would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Sith? Would it be difficult to determine if it was human blood, not the blood of some animal? But yes, test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Two-Spells' testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. That furthermore, you already did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Alright, Mr. Robotman. There's simply no way you could have gotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor die.
Objection!
What do you want to do now? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. But who's that? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody here. just look real inconspicuously, why don't you, huh? Yes, my lord, and clearly, someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, Counsel, who is it then? Who was this young witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Sith. What devil did you mean? Imagine if the convict who had been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. You're insinuating. Imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor, that would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never really happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape. Not in Great Britain.
Objection!
Not with some corruption. Not with some corruption. Not without some corruption. Blech. But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct will not stop at the supervising coroner, but it taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Sith would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose a secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime. Why did this happen, though? I mean that Dr. Sith was collaborating in Miss Drebba's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the wax-up model and fabricated the autopsy report. Ah. Okay. Fatigues. Pray forgive my freshly filled shallow chalice, and a whole rat of others' courtesies now. Goodness me. It's just the sort of tall tailenders would enjoy, I grant you. An execute killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Couldn't agree more. Your Bailey's no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my little friend? I said, what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and the judiciary. Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some staged deception with so much as at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose. This was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested in money in the venture. And would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I know reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Or are you forgetting that this death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? There's the contract, that's very true. Motive of the case went deep still. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. The research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drebba's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. For what reason? Time's up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? Oh, he freaking dodged. Nice. How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? Okay, at this point I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Disconnections. 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. I need to freaking... Okay, hold on. Who exactly was Mr. Asman to Drebba? 2 pieces of evidence to prove it. Nice one. Evidence that establishes the motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. Right here is I don't know. Okay. The only thing that ties Mr. Drebba and Mr. Asman and Drebba is the only thing I can really obviously see are these 2 signatures that are the same. I don't really know. Is that really what it is? There's nothing else, is there? The evidence that establishes the motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. Why the witness wanted the victim dead? Oh, is it because of... Don't tell me it's because of this. Because of his tainted reputation. Then to prove that it was Asman that was a reporter. This was the thing. It might be this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, screw it. I'm gonna do this.
Take that!
Okay. There's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? A drill should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense. That means nothing. Hey, thanks for supporting the motive, mate. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead.
Take that!
It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. Their document, in fact, that proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There is something very significant that this newspaper and article and the contract have in common. And it's that common link. That shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Asman. It's got something else I missed. So, my little friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. What exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract? Donk.
Take that!
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. As the call has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by a newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Asman.
Objection!
Sorry. But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? Well, if you think back, you remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. Lost everything. Eventually you find yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. All because of that article written by Mr. Asman. Stop the sentence drivel about my life. Explain yourself. Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. It was just a straw that broke a camel's back. Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research, but they struggled on with their hypothesis anyway. We all did, only after being taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew all your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other, after all. Gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only select few geniuses could have hoped to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Trevor, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I don't think so. Words don't ring true at all. How dare you? I have evidence to prove it. Literally. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent?
Take that!
This trophy that you definitely earned. It's quite the feat, no? Remember this, Mr. Trevor? We found it at your workshop. Interesting to see this come up in an actual trial, huh? Is that or was Society Trophy for Excellence in Science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Trevor? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future, your talents would go to waste. And all as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is... Oh. Is that, Miss Sith? Dr. Sith? Yep. Fine. Clearly this is one that's close now. I admit it. All of it. It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. Dr. Sith, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the blood cage, I nearly stopped beating. I remember from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. There was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I knew it was something else. There was a note tucked inside the mold jacket. Dr. Sith, you will go along with my plan. I'm someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Why do I switch back now? Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in the murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted to everything. Surely it goes without saying. Me upon it too, then. I admit nothing. At all. I see. I've forgotten that the Kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion. Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. Of course. Of course, he's gonna have some sort of counter for this. Alright. When this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zeeks, I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. I've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. Defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. Very true. That slipped my mind. That slipped my mind. Is he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Sith has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. It is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? Why can't I say words every single time? None, my lord. This doesn't feel right, though. There's clearly an actual murder here. I guess maybe this is just maybe they'll continue the trial to another. Maybe they'll continue this case to another trial. They can make Drebber. Make Mr. Drebber the defendant. Who knows? We'll see, I guess. Like I said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. Oh no. That is what the defense wants. Like, technically, yeah. But this doesn't sit right. This is not gonna sit right. No. No. No, no. No. I want to see this through. I want to see this through.
Objection!
Defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. Beg your pardon. We demand one final testimony here. This isn't our job, but come on. Can't just let it end here. Do you realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume? What are you playing at now, and be surrendered? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? The defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open. I want the truth. Come on. If in the course of this trial you perceive in the shadow. Okay. Alright. Thank you, Sholmes. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knows this will happen. I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Sith. Testimony from me? For what? about the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Dribber. In case it escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. Stop wasting everyone's time. His lordship made it very plain that your client won't get the equivalent you want from him. There's simply no point in tracking this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Abe. Thanks, little Venzix. If you my careless handling the Howard bottle, I slipped. Such you call it, sure. What's your objection, Lord Venzix? Prosecution? I'll also cause a supplementary testimony from the witness. If there is more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. 11-6. Yes! It's most regular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Sirth, you will testify for the court. Explain the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Dribber. Very well, huh? It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside his jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which is my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems, not particularly prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. This autopsy report then. What I did was record the location of the bodies being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all. It's terrible corruption. That's terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. But nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. Must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for cross-examination, I would say. I disagree. Yes, the defense is right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. Or as much Japanese makes you all so doggedly persistent. Very well, if you so desire, Consul, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
What you described before, it sounds like no, it was anonymous. Do you have any idea who's behind it? Very few people know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I've never heard of this engineer, so I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it. I had no choice. Protecting the professor was my secret. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. The horse is bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Yes, thank you, Lord Venzix. I'm well aware of that. What you found in the bed cage was a waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body? The actual body of the victim, as indicated in notes.
Hold it!
So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then? It's quite obvious what happened with the victim and the waxwork. You just drew over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower, and the waxwork. I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. Why are we getting such directions? Simply so it could be recovered by Dribber and returned to Madame Dispel's. I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage. Yes, well, someone obviously made a mistake about which case should go where. I just realized the Memory spell is not here anymore. That's fair. Thought I made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. Those of you who focus on the victim's body, that'd be more important detail. Body had to be arranged.
Hold it!
When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this? Yes. Instructions in the engineer's notes said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that her brain alone could have killed Asmund. That was your doing, huh? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. Yes, you stabbed someone. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage laying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. Grim. Then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was trauma resulting from a 30-foot drop. Yes. My word. What is it, Mrs. Soto? Something about Dr. Lad's statement. It's playing on my mind, that's all. Yeah. Dr. Seth? Sorry, no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. Defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. No? Which part? I want to hear. What I want her to supplement her testimony with is the real cause of death, or what she did to the victim. Also, I remember at the start of the trial, at the start of this case, I thought this was a giant streak of blood. No, it's just very clean streak of blood. No, it's just a wooden beam. I'm stupid. Okay. this is any relevance, has any relevance. What she did to the victim. What? It's a testimony. I can press her on this, maybe. Larry stabbed Mr. Edmund in his chest. Point. Wait, point. The prosecution concurs. Sorry, pointing is what we do. If you wish, my lord.
Hold it!
So it was you who stabbed Asmund was this. Yes, far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required. Welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions meant to be given. As unflinchingly as ever, I no doubt. Imagine you didn't pat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There was no need to pat my eyelids. What else did you do to twist facts? Behind the court, why don't you? If you wish. Alright.
Hold it!
Demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts. You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dare to talk of chivalry. It was a matter of priorities. Nothing is more important than protecting the secret. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary. I need a lawyer. This tacit acceptance. Move on. Okay, I'll go back to that soon.
Hold it!
Because actually. Seekers now out anyway. Yes, as you say. I take full responsibility. Oh man, Dr. Sith. Actually, there was some other way you could have protected the secret. No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination. She was genuine enough. Stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged in the screwdriver to the chest. Um, wait. You didn't just stab him. There's... I didn't notice that before. Huh. Is that the inconsistency? Maybe... Yeah, I'm gonna go with it.
Objection!
Oh, okay. Okay, my lord. Dr. Sis, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph. It shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
I was already examining that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection!
I can go. No. We've already considered that that's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean? Let's explain. Wait.
Take that!
No. Screwdrivers aren't usually sharp, are they? Only sharp on the point. That's the point. Oh. What? Why is that significant, Counsel? The victim was stabbed almost before the kinesis machine was set in motion. That's entirely expected. Stop. Yes. Marx has made very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Hairbrain's screwdriver set the victim. It was after the grand deception was set in motion and when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. The 30-foot drop, if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. Or to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Ah. Oh. His testimony was total fabrication. Oh, that's what that's about. Okay, I was wrong in many ways. What the heck? Okay, that's interesting. Okay. Right. I see. What sort of suspension? Sith. You claim you were coerced to helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. You claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. The question is of what the bloodstain really tells us as only one possible answer. That's the case. What is it then? Dr. Sid's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in testimony. Oh, whoops, I did not mean to hit that. It's not. It's not to be seen. Don't tell me I got lucky. No way. So where are you supposed to be? Oh. Oh. Okay, good. Oh my god, okay. Getting vexed, he's Fred. Okay. What do you think again? Which part of Dr. Sid's story was shown to be a lie by the contradiction in testimony? This story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction. Wait, the autopsy report? What did the autopsy report say? Oh wait, if we're trying to argue that he was oh, it's the broken neck thing, isn't it? Maybe that was the lie. Cause if he stood up, he was stood up. What's this? Examine the body and wrote this report based on your findings. But that's a blatant lie, isn't it? Sorry, I'm just gonna... I just want to do the work for you. I don't think that's... okay, never mind. It's not this. Oh good, cut to hear it. Whoops. Oh, okay. Stabbing them. Oh. Don't overthink things, you idiot. She's lying about stabbing the victim down. Oh, okay. I'm an absolute fool. So you're standing upstairs. Yes. But point out the cage would have been full on side. Close the stage. He must have been in the position of his own.
Objection!
That was there. That is the misapprehension. The birdcage fell from the stage into the void below. Must have hit the ground with considerable force. Mr. Asman did die in the fall. Probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet coming out of the stage. Just as Dr. Sith appeared. The victim was in fact alive at that point in time. It changes everything. Okay, I understand some more now. Oh, I'm stupid. Start calling Sith. Wow, this has turned around quite a bit, huh? Take me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed them? Hope that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Rebel's scheme, the trial would end, before you were accused for a far worse crime, cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now, you're making all this up, as if I would do something like that. Oh. Fine. Its defense is not desperate, Doctor. It's now established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Logic, don't believe. Sadly, your logic is escaping hold of it. Okay. Let's see, motive. Nothing motive. Possible reason would have to kill Mr. Asman. He was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. There's no known connection to Dr. Sith here. Fair point. I've seen some hints at why the coroner might have done this.
Objection!
When you question one possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. That's the council. Mind the courtrooms. We saw it yesterday, didn't we? Yesterday? Something that seemed strange, but had no reason to suspect it at the time. The frick do you mean strange? What do you mean strange? Yesterday, even. Particular object that explains. Dr. Sith would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. Well, they did buy, like... They did buy, 500 scalpels. For what reason? 500 scalpels a month. Why? I don't know. What reason? I don't know. I don't think it's anything else. Could be the Iron Mask. No, it's a screwdriver. What about the Iron Mask? Iron Mask isn't a thing, and it wouldn't be with him, or anything involving him. Since he wasn't even there. What is this? I don't know. Scalpels. What was it? What else was there? In the ledger. What was it? It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. There's a big thick book here. Maybe. I wonder what on earth we could be using all that many scalpels for. There is now not scalpers themselves out that are significant. This is the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Oh! Like heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going. Would be extremely straightforward. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Right. Actually, to Dr. Sixth's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. But clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace is too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. I see. I never understand none of you. I've had to keep covered up all these long years. Okay, this I wasn't really expecting this twist. Not gonna lie. I didn't notice the blood too. Thought there was an incision more, but yeah. Then again, the screwdriver is more than enough for that. I'm actually stupid. Okay. There's very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb. The truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. If you decide not to, it's very possible that Cody Sith will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done and tell the court what the truth about what happened. 10 years ago you told the truth. 10 years ago you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis? I mean, really, yeah. It's the addle brain mock scientists that are worse, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing possible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypothesis. Their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide that foolishness. Yeah, what was it, Drebber, huh? So you're pleased with the kinesis machine? It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. The revenge you sought didn't stop at Asman, did it? So where that very particular aspect comes in, I see. Condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Locate Cemetery 10 years ago. That was a cover-up. That was something else, but no. It's completely different. Okay. If your account of those events was all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. The plan required that you abducted that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Sith to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asma turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. But the coroner who'd handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive process started to devise the plan. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge. And have that rotten skull and yard eating out of my hand at the same time. You're damn clever. Wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer, huh? Gotta admit, you are quite clever, huh? Your actions against those who ruined your future were justified as a revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to expect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. Okay, the twist in this, I wasn't expecting them. But goddamn, they were good. Good stuff. Oh, okay. As the escort of Dr. Sith, an immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she'll face trial in the coming days, along with Miss Drebber. Most regrettable situation indeed. She made great contributions to the profession over the years. Who leaves a hot truth to swallow? However, that is a topic for some future occasion. I remember when I first heard that, oh, the trial can end now, just for the Professor Harebrain, and he's most certainly innocent now. And I just went, I guess they'll continue this in another trial with someone else, maybe. I don't know. Let's say we just finished it right here, right now. Nice. Yes. Seems there was a great deal more to experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved for all guilt. This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. Me, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy, have been selfish and self-centered, but above all, a fool. So, I spent my life thinking of nothing but my research, misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. The worst of it is, in the process I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor, that's not true. Oh, don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. Not to blame in any way. Standing up for his friend, I see. The derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams. That's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. Thank you, Barrack. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which she stands accused. Since there are no objections. Not from me, my lord. Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever. Huh? What's that? He's done, is he? It's all over, huh? I don't know what's going with the yard these days. Don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty, finally. Good grief. Court is adjourned. God, I feel stupid after that. So many twists I didn't see. 4:33 p.m. Almost an hour after. For me, it's 5:41 p.m. What's the outcome, isn't it? What is it is. Congratulations, Professor Habring. Mr. Naruhodo, Mr. Sato. I'm truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? These guys will be cleared up. Did you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation? Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I give that whole lot to you, every penny. Well, it's very kind, but I'm just a student, so don't need any financial reward. Your quid's more than enough. Oh dear, what can I do? Well, this as a memento. The paper about my hypothesis is inside. Well, just a memento then. Thank you. Everyone, Professor, what are you going to do now? Oh my. Yes. What am I going to do? What am I going to do now? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if my new inspiration hits me here. Oh yes, it's a wonderful idea. I can't know that. Oh. Hello, Barrack. Lord Van Zeeks. Barrack. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. Like a great demon behind your bench there, just lying down your prey. You're one of the few true friends I have. I'm gonna leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense. Sorry? Or the defense. I always knew that you had my best interests at heart, don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left the university. We'll catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your call will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased a few tickets. But no, hold on a minute, Barrack. What about the great exhibition? There's a chance of No. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Huh. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barrack. Well, Van Zeeks, what's all this about? Necessary precaution. Oh, don't tell me. Really? Even he believes it. Okay, then. Interesting. Still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as a prosecutor. The Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas. Those Reaper's sites meet their ends days, or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now. Of course, you know that both Mr. Natsume and Gino were completely innocent. True. Perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions, that truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. Okay, fair enough. Like the mustache Nibbanese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. He said, what's your intention all along then, Lord Van Zeeks? I was like, if I was a Reaper, this man seems yeah, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Alright. Well then, Mr. Naruto. Thank you so much for everything. Not all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Hybrid. Once that's settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. now my enemies surrender. Yes. Let's go to. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? Huh? Want to talk with me? Huh? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Am I in the courtroom all day? Okay, sure. Well, that was strange. The new map 6. That's always corners goes. Okay, guess we can get the cinematic discussion, like at the end, of the first game. Huh? Oh, even the apprentice is here. So, are you satisfied? You saved Gil the scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so. Believe it, at least. The man's innocence can be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards the Nipponese comes from. Well, at first I thought they just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know your allies, so I guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? The professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. Took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zeeks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations too, to share knowledge and ideas. And as part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Jeez. And then one of them could have been my father. Remember Dr. Mitakuba well? It was mine at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese. Let's see if I can remember my father. He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with an Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression on me. Who was the 3rd person? But 6 years later, that's what happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There was no suspects even. There's an ever-growing list of victims. In the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line if it goes the same way. So he wouldn't have wanted any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. Oh my god. I see. The British public had known the identity of the killer. Not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could very well have ended up in a war. You're kidding. But I mean, Professor was Japanese, huh?
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster.
Why do you have the key? Oh.
I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum.
Alright.
So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
Japanese. Okay, who is this?
Professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind that the mass murderer whose crimes shook Britain as never before was Japanese.
Oh my.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
I mean, he must have been acquainted with your father. I'm not surprised. Who is this? I don't know. Kazuma? Wait, no. Hello, lad.
Father.
You're joking. Oh, one, yeah, you are alive. Hey, good. I'm astonished. Two, that's your father. Oh, good grief.
What? Father?
So that's what he started. Is this what he started to do?
Kazuma! My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned. As he stood there before me, Ryunosuke. Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
Oh, he actually does remember. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. So that's why he's here.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations.
Oh my god.
When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
Welcome back, lad. Oh my.
I've made it. At last.
Father. Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it. But I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about, but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
What was that? Oh, he left.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
Where's... There he is. So is he living after image with the man who took my brother's life is here? Yes, Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, one of those strong-heart introduced us. I had an inkling there was something there, some connection. Man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. Thank you for meeting with me as asked. I think I remember when I first saw the first game. When I came to the part where Kazuma died. I thought there's no I thought there was no way that they just let and what I assumed was a prominent character in this game just suddenly die like that. But I didn't know anything. I didn't see the second game either, so... Well, hey, seems I was right back then, huh? To meet my father on the train for me. It was the first time I'd ever seen him. Study one day. Told me the great friend of his had passed away in London. That the friend had left behind a son. A boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was starting to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I started to become a qualified duty cell assistant. And I'm sure you've worked out that young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter. But in many, it was the start of a new one.
Oh boy. I felt like a real big climax. But we still have 2 more episodes to go before this finishes. Wow. Twist Kama in his last bow. This case was insane. I am excited to see what episode 4 and 5 has in store for me. But we'll see next week, because I need to... Actually, maybe not even like exactly next week. Because I'll have a... Because by that time, Chinese New Year's holiday, yeah. There's a Chinese New Year holiday by the end of the month. So I'll have more time to play and stuff. So I might be able to finish it by then. Finish this whole game by then, even. So yeah, anyways. This was great. Oh my god. Like, so, Glad Cosmo's like actually back. Wonder where he'll stand in our London circle of friends. But hey, he's a friend of ours. Anyways, I'm gonna be done now. It's been very long-winded, and it's like I think stream has cut out like 3 times. This stream has cut out 3 times because of my internet. Thanks, internet. But yeah. Alright. I'll be done now. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next week. Goodbye.